Chapter 125. Zheng Tan did not want to pay attention to those senseless people, but it was impossible to say that he did not care at all. However, this was not the place to cause trouble. The occasion was not right. Many of the people who came today were well-known figures in Chuhua City. It was not that Zheng Tan was afraid of them, but it was mainly because with his current status, it was better for him to suppress his emotions. Otherwise, not only would he cause trouble for the third Master Fong, but his Jiao family would also not have an easy time. Forget it. I'll just have to ask the third Master Fong for something to compensate me for this little bit of depression. Zheng Tan was not the kind of person who would not take advantage of the situation. As he thought about it, Zheng Tan walked forward. After a few steps, another luxury car drove over. It was long and imposing, and there were a few other cars following behind it. The people around no longer paid attention to Zheng Tan. They were all looking in that direction. Zheng Tan only glanced over curiously and saw an old acquaintance get out of the car. He did not expect Yi Hao to come here. After Yi Hao got out of the car, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he helped an old man out of the car. The old man had white hair and was wearing a tang suit. He held a walking stick and looked to be in good spirits. Zheng Tan felt that the old man did not need a walking stick to walk steadily. Zheng Tan moved his ears and heard some people whispering around him. There was some excitement in their words. Master Tang the Seventh? After looking at the old man again, Zheng Tan thought of the Monsignor. That guy seemed to be riding on this old man's coattails. Not bad. This coattail could make the Monsignor feel more at ease. Even if Yi Hao was not very willing at first, as long as the old man agreed, Yi Hao could not do anything about it. Just as he thought of a Monsignor, Zheng Tan saw the guy get out of the car. There was a cat tag hanging around his neck. He didn't know what it was made of, but he guessed that it wasn't just an ID tag, just like the access card that Zheng Tan usually wore. It might have some other function. However, even if the Monsignor didn't wear any cat tags or other decorations, its appearance alone would give it a lot of points. At least the people standing around it wouldn't look at it as if it were an inferior product. Monsignor also looked very cocky. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and walked like a cat. F***CK, that's Master Tang the Seventh, right? He was a big shot back in the day. What animal is that beside Master Tang the Seventh? A cat? Where did Master Tang the Seventh get this wild beast? I don't think I've seen this before. The one who came before also brought a big cat, but it was slightly smaller than this one. Hiss, why do I feel that this cat's gaze makes me panic? Me too. Is this the so-called murderous aura? No wonder it's Master Tang the Seventh's cat. It doesn't have the delicate feeling of those pet cats. It's so F***king cool. Zheng Tan listened to the discussions of those people. He pulled his ears, turned around, and continued walking. Monsignor saw Zheng Tan when he walked out. He wagged his tail a few times, then looked at Master Tang the Seventh and Yi Hao. He still stayed at the side obediently. Whose cat is that? Master Tang the Seventh turned his head and asked Yi Hao. He also looked at the black cat. He couldn't be blamed for being curious. It was strange to see a cat with a bodyguard on such an occasion. Although many people thought that Tong Qin was just an ordinary driver, Master Tang the Seventh was an experienced man. He had sharp eyes. He couldn't see a cat, but he could see people. Yi Hao had a strange expression on his face. He moved closer to Master Tang the Seventh's ear and whispered a few words. Master Tang the Seventh's eyes flashed. He looked at the black cat that was walking steadily without looking back. So it's that cat. Just as he was about to call out to the black cat, Master Tang the Seventh heard someone call his name. He looked and saw that it was an old friend. He temporarily put aside Zheng Tan and started talking with another person who had just arrived. He walked slowly and walked further and further away from the black cat. Zheng Tan and Tong Qin were brought to their destination by the person in charge of leading the way. They glanced around. The greenery here was very good. There were long tables on the lawn with all kinds of food. There were mainly a few children and some young people here. As for the important people, they were probably talking indoors. It was just as Fang Xiaokong had said. There were many, same species, here. There were cats and dogs, and they were all rare breeds. For example, the leopard cat with the diamond-studded cat tag was specially served, and the Himalayan cat in the arms of the sexy mature woman. In comparison, Jingtian felt that he was really a country bumpkin. In addition to the cats, there were also some famous dogs. A few large dogs were brought by people. They were some distance away from here, but they kept eyeing this side. They were probably trained, so they didn't bark all the time. However, it looked like they would come over and bite the cats here if they had the chance. There was a puppy running around here. Although it was still young, it was already very big. It was at least bigger than Jingtian. It was just like the Saint Bernard that had just arrived at the eastern courtyard. It would definitely be big in the future. Unlike the Saint Bernard, this little guy was not docile. A big cat was lying on a chair next to it, teasing it. The little guy could not jump up. It could only growl twice and bite the chair leg. Jingtian looked at the big cat lying on the chair. Its pattern was quite similar to a leopard. However, its big ears were different from leopard and leopard cats. It was more like the serval cats on TV. However, was it okay to raise a serval cat in a big city in this country? Or was it a hybrid between serval cats and other cats? The latter was more likely. The big cat had a leather collar on its body. The leash was different from that of ordinary domestic cats. It was quite similar to the leash used to walk dogs. While Jingtian was walking downstairs, Fang Xiaokong was chatting with a few people in the villa not far away. Zhao Lu was also there. However, in terms of seniority, she was the younger generation. Most of the time, she just listened and did not take the initiative to speak. These people gathered together and did not talk about any business secrets. The most they talked about was their pets. Old Lu, I heard that you got a Tai Bao Jin some time ago. I saw that you brought a red mastiff here today, the third master Fang said to one of them. Tai Bao Jin's cub was given away. I found myself a big red lion mastiff. Old Luing said, but it's still too young, so it's not that impressive. I heard that a lot of people use green dragon dogs to fool people. Old Lu, you have to pay more attention, a man in his 40s said. Hey, am I the kind of person who can be fooled? Old Lu glared. Right, Wang Bin, what kind of dog does your second uncle have? Fang Xiaokong turned to ask a young man in his 20s. It is a Xianxi dog. My father's comrade gave it to him as a gift. It was not convenient to raise it, so he gave it to my second uncle. Now, my second uncle brings the dog with him when he is training the soldiers, the young man named Wang Bin replied with a smile. Oh, there are people raising Xianxi dogs over there now. Old Lu smiled and did not comment. I have seen a few photos. The dog is always dirty. Does your second uncle let it roll around in the wild with his soldiers every day? Fang Xiaokong recalled the photos and asked doubtfully. Wang Bin shook his head. My second uncle said that he raised it for guard and hunting. It is normal for it to be dirty. It proves that it has been working hard and not slacking off. Not all dogs in Xianxi can hunt. Even if their parents are excellent hunting dogs, it's rare to have two puppies that are good enough to hunt. Old Lu sighed. He had also raised dogs in the past, but it ended in disappointment. Hey, why do you keep talking about dogs? Talk about cats. A fat middle-aged man who had been sitting on the side smoking put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray and said. Men still prefer dogs. What is so good about raising cats? They are squeamish, bad-tempered, and not loyal enough. Old Lu snorted. Big cats are good. I once went on a business trip. There was a dogfighting ring where people bet on dogs. I was lucky that day and saw a good show. A ferocious cat killed a pit bull. How was it? Surprised? What's the use of saying this? No matter how powerful that big cat is, can you raise it openly or what? Old Lou attacked him. Although it was definitely possible to raise it with some means, it was better not to go too far. It was better to be low-key when it was necessary. That's why I took a step back. Come, let me show you. The fat middle-aged man called them to the balcony and pointed to the big cat that was lying on the chair leisurely playing with the dog at the long table below. He said proudly, "How is it? Beautiful, right? Majestic, right? Old Lou, look at your puppy. It is not as majestic as a lion-head mastiff." Old Lou's face was not very good. He snorted again, "You want to try it when my lion-head mastiff grows up? My cat is not stupid. It is flexible enough. Dogs can't jump high and can't climb trees." The fat middle-aged man's voice was a little light. Obviously, he was very proud now. He and Old Lou had some conflicts because of the previous projects, so he would not let go of the opportunity to attack him. Old Lou's face darkened, but he suddenly thought of something and said, "Your cat is indeed bigger than a normal cat, but let me put it this way. In terms of combat power, in our Chuhua city, your cat can only be ranked third at most." Third? The fat middle-aged man's tone was not very good. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the third place. Although his cat was not as good as the big cats in the dogfighting ring, in Chuhua city, among the pet cats, it should be at least second, if not first, right? Third? I have seen Nia 19's big cat. Your cat is certainly not as good as Nia 19's, but I also heard that Nia 19's big cat was defeated by Master Tang the Seventh's cat. Although I have not seen Master Tang the Seventh's big cat, in terms of first place, Master Tang the Seventh's cat is definitely first, and Nia 19's cat is second. As for your cat. Haha. Fang Xiaokong stood next to them and lit a cigarette. He listened to their conversation with a smile on his face. After seeing the situation below, he stopped smoking for a moment, but then returned to normal. He ignored Zhao Lu, who was looking at him from the side. Zhao Lu was just going to look at the so-called big cat, but the first thing she saw was the black cat that was wandering around casually. Before she could smile, she saw the big cat that was lying there playing with the dog jump on the long table, staring in the direction of the black cat, and quietly approaching it. Zhao Li's heart suddenly tightened. She wanted to ask Fang Xiaokong to come forward and stop it. After all, in this place, her voice was definitely not as effective as Fang Xiaokong's. The fat middle-aged man, who was about to argue with Old Lou, also stopped talking. He saw that his big cat was preparing to hunt. He knew his big cat too well. He knew what it wanted to do with one move. At this moment, its behavior was obviously to teach its prey a lesson that was ruthless enough. As for the prey that it had set its eyes on, even if it did not die or become disabled, it was inevitable that its muscles and bones would bleed and lose some meat. Just wait and see. I will open your eyes. The fat middle-aged man's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He had been looking for an opportunity to let his big cat show off its power for a long time, but he did not expect one to come to him now. As for the black cat, it did not look special. He did not know which idiot raised it. Even if it was bitten to death, it would not be a big deal. Some people below were also waiting to see a good show. A few people looked in the direction of their boss. Seeing that the boss did not have any special instructions, they just let them be. Tong Qing had already noticed the abnormality of the people around him. He slightly turned his head and saw the big cat quietly approaching on the long table. He frowned and looked at the black cat in front of him, wondering if he should remind it. But this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was fine if it was a person, but when it came to a cat, he could not make a decision. He was not sure if this was the way cats dealt with other cats, or if it was a threatening attack. Forget it. Let's see the situation first. If it really is a threatening attack, then I can help. After Tong Qing thought about it, he paid attention to the big cat and the black cat in front of him. When the big cat was approaching quickly, the people around it did not hear it at all. It jumped over the dishes dragged to the edge of the table by the children and dodged a ping-pong ball thrown by a child. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Every time it paused, it paid attention to the situation of its prey, ready to hide or pounce at any time. Standing on the balcony, the fat middle-aged man had a confident smile on his face. He believed that the big cat with the serval's bloodline had inherited the serval's ambush ability and high hunting success rate. Coupled with his intentional training, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with such a small domestic cat. In the expectation of many people, the big cat finally moved. It jumped down from the long table and pounced on Jing Tan, who was not far from the long table. At first, Jing Tan did not notice the big cat. He was looking at the surrounding scenery. However, he soon sensed that something was wrong and twitched his ears. The big cat's footsteps were very light, and it was difficult to distinguish between the people talking and the barking of dogs, but Jing Tan could hear the discussion around him and knew that he was being watched. What the F***ck? Before Jing Tan could turn around, the big cat had already pounced on him. Jing Tan's reaction was also fast. Now that his senses were much sharper, he had a strong premonition of danger. Perhaps other people would only see a big cat preparing to ambush an ordinary house cat. It was normal for cats to fight, and it would be over after a bit of noise. It wasn't a big deal. But Jing Tan could feel the danger. The other party obviously did not intend to play the so-called friendly game between cats, but a real ambush. It was an ambush with killing power. Jing Tan dodged and jumped away. As he jumped, he slapped the big cat. Jing Tan was a little depressed, and he felt the malice from the big cat. He did not use much strength and slapped it with his paw. Bang! 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 The big cat had just jumped down from the long table when it was slapped again. It knocked over many bowls, plates, and cups on the table. Fang Xiaokong, who was standing on the balcony of the villa and looking over, blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, "Oh, 4th place." Chapter 126. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't accept it for a while. Before Jing Tan arrived, the big cat had been showing off for quite a while. The other cats, who were more delicate, had stayed far away from it, not daring to get close. The big leopard cat's domineering aura was very strong. Only the little lion-headed mastiff persistently went up to bite it. But now, the big leopard cat was slapped to the side by a black cat that was obviously smaller than it. It was a clean slap. It was a godlike turn of events. The contrast was too big, and the obvious size difference in front of them made everyone feel like they were watching a child slap an adult. It was weird no matter how they looked at it. Because of the cover of the tablecloth, Jing Tan couldn't see the big cat that rolled to the other side of the table. He could only rely on his hearing to identify the situation over there. He felt that the big cat didn't seem to have any intention of coming over. Jing Tan didn't use all his strength in the slap just now. If he used all his strength, the big cat would probably die on the spot. After the big cat rolled off the table, it got up. It seemed to be a little dizzy and staggered a few times before standing firm. He didn't know if its bones were broken, but it certainly didn't want to trouble Jing Tan again. After looking around, Jing Tan felt that there was nothing interesting, so he prepared to leave and find a quiet place to sleep. On the balcony of the villa, compared to Fang Xiaokong's leisure, old Lu's gloating, and other people's surprise, the fat middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Especially Fang Xiaokong's seemingly casual words, it directly hit the nail on the head. Not to mention the 3rd place, even the 4th place would be doubted. Didn't you see that he couldn't even handle a small house cat? That cat was weird. This was the unanimous opinion of everyone present, but they wouldn't think that it was supernatural. They boasted that they were knowledgeable people and had seen a lot of strange things. Now, they were just wondering if the black cat was a precious breed and looked like an ordinary field cat. That's actually a Bombay cat, right? Or a mutated breed of Bombay cat, someone asked doubtfully. Judging from its size, although the black cat is a little bigger than some domestic cats, the shape of its face is not right. It doesn't look like a little black panther, someone who thought he knew cats better answered. Let's take a step back. Even if it's a Bombay cat, which is smaller in comparison, it can't slap the big cat like that, right? But then again, cats are different from dogs. They look the same, but there's a big difference between them, old Lou said with a smile. He didn't care what breed the black cat was, and he didn't care if it could really send a cat that was a size bigger than itself flying. Anyway, old Lou was happy to see the owner of the big cat being defeated. Who does that black cat belong to? Someone asked. Regarding this cat, which was considered to be one of the top 3 cats in Chuhua City, some people had already begun to have ideas in their hearts. They didn't necessarily like cats that much. They just wanted to show off. If they could raise a cat like this, they would be able to brag about it in the future. I remember that the person standing next to the black cat was driving Fong Sen a few days ago, said a person who had been standing at the side who had not spoken much. What? That cat belongs to Fong Xiaokong? The group of people looked at Fong Xiaokong. Their expressions changed. After 2 seconds of silence, they said, "No wonder." No one said specifically what "no wonder" they were talking about. Third Master Fong was a freak. It was normal for him to raise a freak cat. Fong Xiaokong just calmly smoked his cigarette. He didn't refute the people's words. He just chuckled a few times. Zhao Lu understood Fong Xiaokong's silent behavior. It was actually a way to protect himself. If these people knew that the owner of the black cat was someone else, they would still continue to plot against it. They might even use some more extreme methods. But if it was Fong Xiaokong, they would have to put away those thoughts. Even if it was a little special, a cat was still a cat. They didn't want to provoke a freak like Fong Xiaokong for a cat. "Hey, what's that?" someone exclaimed. Looking in the direction that the person pointed, the crowd saw Master Tang the Seventh and his group walking over. I didn't expect Master Tang the Seventh to come over. It's rare to see this old man in recent years. He knows how to restrain himself. The older he gets, the more cunning he gets. Zhao Lu stood at the side. She didn't care much about what the people around her said about Master Tang the Seventh. She only knew a little about Master Tang the Seventh's past. She didn't interact with many people over there, so she didn't know much about them. However, her main focus was not on Master Tang the Seventh, but the big cat next to him. The big cat that the people around her were talking about was smaller than the one next to Master Tang the Seventh. In addition, this cat had long fur. It was very impressive, so the first impression it gave off was much greater. Even old Lou, who had never been interested in cats, couldn't take his eyes off it. "Old Lou, is that the cat you said was ranked first in combat?" someone asked. "Yes, it should be this one." This was the first time old Lou had seen it with his own eyes. "If not for my good eyesight, I might have mistaken it for a dog." This cat was like a lion mastiff among dogs. Compared to other domestic cats, it was large enough. Its long fur was smooth and shiny, and its every move was as cold and deep as a large wild cat. There was no curiosity in the cat's eyes. It didn't show any violent reaction to the tempting food or the people and animals running around it. Its big ears twitched from time to time as it vigilantly observed its surroundings. Its tail drooped in an arc, just like a leopard patrolling its territory. It was wild, or perhaps it contained something else, such as a murderous nature. Although old Lou wasn't interested in cats, he had to admit that this cat was indeed very powerful. Its aura alone was much stronger than the leopard cat from before. It was no wonder that Nia 19's cat had been defeated by its claws. Old Lou looked at the black cat that was walking back to the table, then looked at the Monsignor, who was approaching with Master Tang the Seventh and his group. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Interesting. The former had just sent a big cat flying, and the latter didn't look like one to be trifled with. What kind of sparks would fly when the two met? As soon as Master Tang the Seventh and his group appeared, the crowd immediately forgot about Zheng Tan sending the leopard cat flying. Master Tang the Seventh's status and seniority were obvious, and that a Monsignor beside him was too eye-catching and eye-catching. Some of them had similar thoughts as old Lou. They were waiting to watch a good show. How would the two cats fight when they met? As for Master Tang the Seventh himself, although he wanted to maintain an indifferent attitude, there were still a few more wrinkles on his old face. He knew that bringing the Monseigneur out would make him look good. How cool. Fang Xiaokong, what are the odds of your cat winning against Master Tang the Seventh? Old Lu looked at Fang Xiaokong and asked. I don't know. Fang Xiaokong accurately threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray. He put his hands on the railing and looked down. I'm just a little worried. Hey, if you're worried, then hurry up and take your cat away. Otherwise, it'll be bad if it gets hit. I heard that Master Tang the Seventh's cat is very fierce. It might not be worse than those wild feral caracal cats. Although old Lu was worried about Fang Xiaokong's cat, he looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. But at the same time, old Lu also realized that although Fang Xiaokong said he was worried, he didn't look worried at all. Fang-san, it's not that I want to say this, but it wasn't easy to get a cat like this. You have to keep an eye on it. If it gets hurt or disabled, it'll be a great loss, someone else said in a serious tone. Fang Xiaokong grunted, then said slowly, I'm not worried about the cat. I'm worried about your little lion-headed mastiff. As he said this, Fang Xiaokong looked over and pouted. That little guy seems to be very excited. Old Lu was shocked and quickly looked at his precious lion-headed mastiff. He was so focused on Master Tang the Seventh's cat that he didn't pay attention to his dog. Now that he looked over, he saw his little puppy fearlessly moving over and making immature growls. Unlike when it was facing the big leopard cat, when it faced the Monseigneur, the little puppy kept a distance from him and didn't directly attack him. Obviously, it felt the dangerous aura of the Monseigneur. No matter how brave it was, it still had some sense of danger. Old Lu couldn't say anything at this time. He felt that if he did, he would be in a disadvantageous position and would be looked down upon by the people present. However, he also felt sorry for his puppy. If it was an adult lion-headed mastiff, it would be fine, but now it was just a puppy. It couldn't even beat the leopard cat, let alone this one. Although he couldn't say anything, old Lu still hurriedly signaled to his subordinates, just in case. Jing Tan was about to leave, but when he saw this scene, he stopped and waited to see what would happen next. He wanted to see how the Monseigneur would react. It had to be said that the puppy was indeed very brave. The lion-headed mastiff puppy barked a few times at the Monseigneur. The Monseigneur was probably annoyed. He bared his teeth at the puppy, revealing fangs that were longer than those of other cats. He looked much more ferocious. The puppy paused for a moment, then barked even louder. Seeing that baring his teeth was useless, the Monseigneur took 2 steps forward. If the puppy continued to make noise, he wouldn't mind giving it a few paws. When the Monseigneur moved, the nerves of the group of onlookers also collapsed. Old Lu's 2 subordinates stood not far away, their palms sweaty. If they really started to fight, looking at the size and momentum of the cat, they didn't know how badly they would be scratched. However, even if they were scratched, they had to protect the puppy. After all, the puppy was the boss' favorite. Seeing that the Monseigneur moved, the puppy took a few steps back. When the Monseigneur stopped, the puppy also stopped and continued to bark. At this time, a ping-pong ball was thrown at the Monseigneur, but the Monseigneur noticed it and dodged it. The ping-pong ball didn't hit the target. It flew over the Monseigneur, hit the building next to it, and fell into the flower bed. Other than the puppy in front of him, there were also some other daring kids. Jing Tan looked in the direction where the ping-pong ball was thrown. There was a little kid who was about to throw a second ping-pong ball, but was stopped by his mother. If he continued to throw it, wouldn't he be attracting hatred? He definitely couldn't attract the attention of Master Tang the Seventh's big cat. However, at the same time, Jing Tan also felt that the Monseigneur was much more aggressive, and the puppy was still barking at it fearlessly. It was really looking for trouble. Just as Jing Tan finished lamenting, the Monseigneur moved. This time, he didn't take 2 steps as a warning. Instead, he walked straight towards the puppy. Although he didn't make a direct and quick attack, his posture meant that he couldn't hold back anymore. Moreover, he gave people a strong sense of oppression, even though he was just a big cat. Many of the people close to him were more experienced bodyguards, and they could clearly feel the indescribable chill. Because of this, their evaluation of Master Tang the Seventh's cat increased by several levels. As the Monseigneur approached, the puppy retreated step by step. 5 meters away, 2 people were ready to rescue it. They were also familiar with the puppy. Usually, when old Lu took the puppy with him, they were also around to protect him. Therefore, if the puppy was smart, it would definitely run in that direction. However, to everyone's surprise, the puppy didn't run in the direction of the 2 people. At first, it was barking as it retreated, but when it saw the Monseigneur approaching, it turned around and ran towards Jingtan. When it was 2 steps away from Jingtan, it paused and looked at Jingtan. Jingtan. Why the F***ck are you looking at me for? The puppy wagged its tail and slowly moved towards Jingtan. When it got closer, it turned around and continued barking at the Monseigneur. The people watching from the balcony joked, "Old Lu, is your lion-headed mastiff's father a cat?" "Yeah, don't people look for their father if they can't beat them? Why didn't your lion-headed mastiff look for anyone but that black cat?" Another person chimed in. A dog relying on a cat's power? This was the first time they had seen such a thing. The few of them looked at it curiously. Fang Xiaokong looked over and thought, black charcoal has good relationships with people, cats, and dogs, especially with puppies. Thinking back to when he saw this black cat with 3 puppies in the south, Fang Xiaokong couldn't help but smile. Some people were also excited by the current situation and were waiting for the 2 cats to start a PK battle. Unexpectedly, the Monseigneur wagged its tail twice, ignored the puppies, and walked steadily back to Master Tang the Seventh's side. "Hey, why aren't they fighting?" someone asked curiously. "Look at the 2 cats' reactions." "Fang Xiaokong, do they know each other?" someone asked Fang Xiaokong. "Oh, they know each other," Fang Xiaokong said as he turned around, yawned, and stretched his arms. Everyone, this matter-of-fact tone was asking for a beating. F***ck, if they knew each other, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you messing with us? The group of people was waiting to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that the only person watching the show was the 3rd Master Fang. Since Master Tang the Seventh was here, Fang Xiaokong also went downstairs to welcome him. After all, Master Tang the Seventh was considered the older generation. Since he was here in person, Fang Xiaokong had to be courteous. The others followed Fang Xiaokong downstairs. Although Master Tang the Seventh was much more restrained now, his claws were still sharp and couldn't be underestimated. Everyone had to give him some face. After exchanging greetings with Master Tang the Seventh, Fang Xiaokong asked Jingtan to follow him in. Chapter 127. Seeing Jingtan follow Fang Xiaokong into the house, Master Tang the Seventh originally wanted to leave the Monseigneur outside, but after some thought, he decided to bring him along. As for the gutsy puppy, it also ran into the house. This time, it was quite obedient and followed beside old Lu's leg. Old Lu looked a little better on the surface. At least the puppy did not run away with the cat. Otherwise, he would have become a laughing stock again. If these people used today's incident to poke fun at old Lu every time, old Lu would probably have to send the dog away or never bring it out again. For them, face was very important. Moreover, this puppy had not been with them for long and they had not developed a deep relationship. If they really sent it away, old Lu would not be too reluctant. At most, he would feel that it was a pity. The puppy had no idea that its owner's impression of it was in danger. It naively followed old Lu into the house. When it climbed the stairs, it missed a step and almost fell down. Fortunately, there were not many people who saw this scene. Everyone's attention was on Master Tang the Seventh's big cat. Jingtan did not hear old Lu call the puppy's name. Even now, he did not know what the puppy's name was. After following them to the 2nd floor, the people there were already seated. Jing Tan looked around and saw Zhao Lu waving at him. He ran over and lay on Zhao Li's leg. Since he could not find a suitable place, he decided to lie on Zhao Li's leg for a while. Fang Xiaokong also waved. As for why Jing Tan was lying on Zhao Li's leg instead of Fang Xiaokong's, did it need to be explained? The Monseigneur lay down beside Master Tang the Seventh's chair. Its two front paws were stretched out and crossed. Coupled with the aura it exuded, it made everyone feel that this cat indeed had the demeanor of a superior. In comparison, Jing Tan was much more casual. He was no different from an ordinary house cat. Zhao Lu even took out a comb from his bag to smooth Jing Tan's fur. He looked just like a harmless house cat. If the crowd had not seen with their own eyes how this cat neatly slapped a cat that was twice its size to the side, they would not have noticed anything special about this cat. Everyone looked at the black cat lying on Zhao Li's leg and then looked at the Monseigneur, lying there in a dignified manner. They could not help but think, cats are really strange creatures. Unlike Jing Tan and the Monseigneur, who were well behaved, the puppy could not stay still. It was probably teething and wanted to grind its teeth, so it bit at the chair leg of the chair old Lu was sitting. However, not long after Jing Tan lay there, he felt a gaze fixed on him. Looking up, Jing Tan saw a fat middle-aged man. The man's gaze was complicated, and the content of his gaze was not very good. Jing Tan felt that this guy was silently criticizing him. He originally wanted to ignore him, but being stared at like this made Jing Tan feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. If this continued, Jing Tan was not sure if he would go up and give him a few kicks. Jing Tan could distinguish between good and bad intentions. The fat man was probably scolding him in his heart. Jing Tan remembered that there was a teacher in the eastern courtyard who was also very fat, but he treated people very well. Jing Tan had a good impression of that fat teacher. Say, they were both fat men. Couldn't this person in front of him be fatter and prettier? Fang Xiaokong and the others were chatting, but Jing Tan was not interested in the content of their conversation. This atmosphere that seemed to be harmonious but actually had a hidden agenda made him feel depressed. Jumping down from Fang Xiaokong's lap, Jing Tan looked at Fang Xiaokong, then walked out of the door. Fang Xiaokong saw this and did not say anything, meaning to let him do as he pleased. The others just smiled. If the owner did not have any objections, why should they have any objections? The Monseigneur looked at Jing Tan, then continued to lie there obediently. However, the puppy could not stay there any longer. It looked at old Lu, then at the black cat that had already walked out of the door. It moved a few steps in that direction, looked at old Lu, then moved a few more steps in the direction of the door. Old Lu could not stand it anymore. He whispered a few words to the person behind him, then took the puppy out. As soon as it got permission, the puppy started to chase after the black cat that was gradually walking away. It was jumping happily. Tong Qing was still following Jing Tan. However, after he followed out, someone came over and whispered a few words to Tong Qing. Tong Qing was a little surprised, but then nodded. I know. That person was one of Fang Xiaokong's important assistants. In fact, although the assistant in charge of passing the message did not show it on his face, he might not have been calm inside. However, sometimes it was better not to ask too many questions. Just do your job according to the boss's instructions. After Jing Tan came out of the room, he walked around the second floor and did not find any listening devices. Although the third Master Fang did not seem reliable, he was still worthy of recognition. Moreover, the people who came today had special identities. No one would like to have a surveillance camera pointed at them. The second floor was boring. Jing Tan remembered that there was a backyard on the first floor. Before he went upstairs, he just glanced at it casually and did not pay much attention to it. Now, he decided to walk around. The puppy followed Jing Tan downstairs. It was probably too excited and rushed down the stairs. When there were only a few steps left, it missed a step and rolled down. However, it had thick fur and a good physique. After it rolled down, it did not make a sound. When it got up, it was still in good spirits. Jing Tan looked around. Fortunately, the big shots inside did not see it. Otherwise, the puppy would definitely be laughed at. Many people in the room did not see the scene where Jingtan slapped the guy with the pedigree of the cattail cat to the side. Therefore, they did not know about Jingtan's special and lethality. They did not have much vigilance against this seemingly ordinary cat. At this time, Jingtan had his own advantages. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary house cat. If he rolled around on the ground and walked around, people would definitely think that he was a stray cat. If people wanted to guard against such cats, it was at most to prevent them from stealing food. However, people would definitely be more vigilant against cats like Lord Ju, and the big leopard cat that looked very much like a serval. They were so lethal that people couldn't help but pay attention to them. It was almost impossible for them to hide their true strength and play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. However, Monseigneur did not mean to hide. As soon as they appeared, they showed the posture of a king. Even if they were not domineering, they could still control the situation. Different types led to different lifestyles. But then again, Jingtan still preferred his current ordinary-looking appearance. He did not intend to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. He just felt that this way, he would have more freedom and enjoy some things that he had neglected in the past. Muddling through life, laughing and passing. This kind of thinking was absolutely impossible for Jingtan when he was still in human form. Some flowers and evergreen plants were planted in the back garden of the villa. Even in autumn, there was no sense of desolation. However, Jingtan was not in a good mood because of the beautiful scenery in the back garden. The reason was that when he walked to the back door, he saw a little kid playing with a model car in the garden. He looked a few years younger than little Pomelo, probably about 6 or 7 years old. Jingtan often heard Jiao Ma talk about things. Because Jingtan was the cat in the Jiao family, the adults in the Jiao family would also pay attention to other families with cats. These things became a topic of discussion after meals. It was said that those children were active, curious, and bold. They did not have a strong sense of responsibility and did not have a strong sense of right and wrong. When the adults did not deliberately teach them to care for animals, these little kids could pull their cats and dogs by their tails and swing them around. However, once they stretched out their claws to fight back and scratched or bit the children, the owner would beat them up. Or, they would lose their meals for a few days. In Jiao Pa's hometown, there was a saying that went, 3 or 4 years old are disliked by people, 5 or 6 years old are disliked by dogs. This saying was not without reason. Therefore, except for a few children that he was familiar with, Jingtan had always been avoiding children of this age. He would not be in a good mood when he saw this kind of children, especially boys. Boys were even more naughty. Therefore, when Jingtan arrived at the door and saw the people in the back garden, he immediately turned around and left. Before Jingtan took a few steps, Tong Qing suddenly spoke. "Black charcoal, you need to go to the bathroom, right? Come, I'll take you there." Tong Qing waved at Jingtan, indicating that Jingtan should follow him. Jingtan was puzzled. When did he show that he wanted to pee or poop? However, going to the bathroom was not a bad idea. If he really wanted to poop, he could still poop. Jingtan was prepared to find a flower bed to relieve himself if he needed to pee and could not find a bathroom. Tong Qing thought that he would need to spend some time talking, but he did not expect that the cat would really follow him. When they arrived at the bathroom, Tong Qing closed the door and locked it after seeing the cat come in. The bathroom was soundproof, so even if they talked about something confidential, they did not have to worry about it being overheard by people outside. This was what the assistant had told Tong Qing. Ever since he came into contact with the black cat, Tong Qing felt all kinds of strange and subversive feelings. As a pet, it should act like a pet. For example, the puppy just now, even if it was a lion-headed mastiff, it was still just a pet. Moreover, it was so small now. Other than its name and some commands that appeared more frequently, it did not understand anything else. When the people next to it talked, it played by itself, praised it, or belittled it, but it was indifferent and still chewed on the branches happily. But what about the cat in front of him? If you scolded it, it would stare at you for a long time, making you feel uncomfortable. Tong Qing really did not understand. Could it be that all cats were like this? Strange, unpredictable, and occasionally revealing a bit of evil? Perhaps, this was why many people did not like cats. No matter what, Tong Qing just needed to follow his boss's instructions and pass on the message. After closing the door, Tong Qing turned around and prepared to pass on the message. But when Tong Qing turned around, he swallowed the words that he was about to say. On the toilet, the black cat was squatting on the edge, peeing inside. After it was done, it shook twice comfortably and then pressed the button to flush the toilet. It jumped onto the sink to wash its paws and took a piece of tissue to wipe its fur. Next to the sink was the hand dryer. The black cat stood on the edge of the sink and put its paws on the hand dryer. After drying, it looked at the mirror and brushed the short fur on its head. Tong Qing was speechless. His view of cats was subverted again. Chapter 128. Since it was someone arranged by Feng Xiaokong, Jing Tan didn't plan to hide too much. Moreover, according to Feng Xiaokong, there would be more opportunities to interact with this person in the future. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. Therefore, Jing Tan didn't want to deliberately act like an ordinary cat in front of Tong Qing. When he was brushing the short fur on his head, Jing Tan observed Tong Qing's expression in the mirror. This person was usually too quiet and didn't say anything. However, the change in his expression just now made Jing Tan laugh. Fortunately, Tong Qing's heart was strong enough, so he didn't have too much psychological trauma like Ranqi. After a while, he recovered. After Jing Tan finished looking in the mirror, he turned around and looked at Tong Qing, waiting for him to continue. Jing Tan wasn't stupid. From the moment he entered the toilet, he had been paying attention to Tong Qing's movements. It seemed that the third Master Feng had something to tell him. Tong Qing took a deep breath to calm himself down. Although it was a bit awkward to take a deep breath in a place like the toilet, it was nothing compared to the shock just now. The black cat in front of him was squatting on the sink and looking at him calmly. It seemed to know that he had something to say. Tong Qing took another deep breath and prepared himself mentally. Then, he said, "The kid in the backyard is called Lu Yao. He is Mr. Lu's son. The boss said that if you play with the kid, you might be able to get a big deal for your cat dad's company." Jing Tan listened to Tong Qing's words and pondered. His tail, which was originally tucked into his paws, began to unconsciously shake twice. That Mr. Lu? Jing Tan recalled that when he was upstairs, although he didn't hear much of the conversation, he could still distinguish a few people. The Mr. Lu mentioned by Tong Qing was the owner of the puppy, and he didn't mean any harm to him. Since it was related to him, Jing Tan had to think more. Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi's company, Jing Tan had never been to their company. It was said that it was slowly growing and wasn't as difficult as it was at the beginning. However, in Chuhua City, it was still an unknown small company. Its reputation was limited to a few universities and a few companies that had business dealings with them. It was far from the businesses of the big shots he met today. If he could help with a big deal, Jiao Pa could get more dividends, and the Jiao family could have more savings. This would determine the quality of his life in the future. As he spoke, he observed the cat in front of him. He saw that the black cat in front of him had its head slightly lowered, but its ears were erect and the tip of its tail was moving rhythmically. It looked like it was thinking of something. What a strange cat. No wonder the boss told them to get straight to the point and not to care about anything else. Other than telling Jing Tan that he could indirectly attract business, Tong Qing also analyzed the factors behind it with Jing Tan according to Feng Xiaokong's idea. Businessmen like old Lu were all very smart. Even if they could do business in theory, why would they give a big deal to a small company that they didn't know? The key was the child in the backyard. Although old Lu was almost 40 years old, he only had one son, who was only 6 years old. It was just that old Lu didn't know that he had a son when he was out and about. Lu Yao's mother just sent the child to him last year. Because she was short of money, she exchanged her son for some money and left. Due to the low sperm survival rate, even though old Lu had been receiving treatment, physical therapy and psychotherapy had no effect. He thought of many ways but still couldn't create a human. He didn't have much hope at first, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. After the DNA test was confirmed to be his, old Lu was excited and treated Lu Yao like a treasure. Unfortunately, probably because of Lu Yao's unreliable mother, the child's personality was a little gloomy. He didn't talk much and didn't like to communicate with people. Even animals avoided him when they saw him. Why did old Lu give away the iron-wrapped golden Tibetan Mastiff that he worked so hard to get? It was because the Tibetan Mastiff avoided Lu Yao or growled in warning. It was true that old Lu liked dogs, but his son was more important. Moreover, he had only had one son for so many years, and he treasured him a lot. He couldn't let his son be unhappy because of a dog, so he gave the iron bag gold to someone else and got this lion-head red mastiff. After Tong Qing finished speaking, Jing Tan's first thought was that Fang Xiaokong even knew about Fang Xiaokong's secret. He couldn't help but sigh at Fang Xiaokong's methods. His second thought was, damn, do I have to sacrifice my body to please this naughty kid? Will he pluck my hair, pull my tail, and scratch my ears? If that was the case, Jing Tan wouldn't go there even if he was beaten to death. Anyway, Yuan Zi's company wouldn't go bankrupt because of the lack of such a potential big customer. At the door, there was an intermittent sound of scratching the door. It was the dog that was locked outside. It didn't whine because it was wronged or unhappy like other dogs. It directly expressed its will with actions, scratching and biting the door. The people that old Lu sent to look after the dog were embarrassed. This dog was so *king embarrassing. How could it be a Tibetan Mastiff? Seeing that it was scratching the door, they dragged the dog back. But not long after, the dog went to the door and started scratching again. It kept going back and forth, not giving up. Old Lu's subordinates couldn't help but want to kick the dog. Seeing that the dog continued to run to the toilet door, old Lu's subordinates were about to drag the dog away again. This little guy, except for old Lu, would bite others. So, they couldn't hurt the dog, but they also had to prevent themselves from being bitten by the dog. It wasn't easy being a subordinate. Just as this person bent down to find a better angle to drag the dog away, the toilet door opened. Then, Tong Qing, who was standing inside, looked at the person at the door as if he was looking at a pervert. Old Lu's subordinates couldn't help but want to vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. With this posture, people who didn't know better would think that they had some weird habit of staring at the toilet. Tong Qing listened to the man's explanation expressionlessly. He didn't express any opinions and followed the black cat that had already walked to the backyard. Old Lu's subordinates didn't know if the other party listened to his explanation, but he didn't think too much about it, because the dog had already run away with the other party. Jing Tan came to the backyard. The child named Lu Yao was still playing with the toy car alone as before. When he noticed that a stranger had walked into the backyard, he raised his head and glanced at Jing Tan. His gaze lingered on Jing Tan for 2 more seconds, and then he continued to focus on the toy car. Even though the child had only looked at her for a short while, Jing Tan could still tell that something was wrong from that glance. Gloomy was gloomy, and there was also a hint of hostility. Perhaps it was because of this gloomy and hostile aura that some more sensitive animals avoided Lu Yao. Jing Tan had seen Exian and the others who had just finished an autopsy experiment. The few cats and pet dogs around them avoided them when they saw them. Jing Tan thought that those who didn't run away were all thick-skinned and didn't notice the faint coldness that had yet to dissipate. It was just like when the Jiao Pa taught Jing Tan how to kill rats. Old Lu's ironclad Tibetan Mastiff should have also noticed the gloomy and hostile aura around the child, so it was wary of him. As for the lion-headed Mastiff now, it seemed to belong to the thick-skinned type. People who knew dogs well would definitely be able to tell whether the ironclad Tibetan Mastiff or the lion-headed Mastiff was better or worse. Just because it looked good didn't mean that everything was good. Even the lion-headed Mastiff had this kind of stupid dog. But at the same time, it was precisely because of this that the lion-headed Mastiff was kept until now. Although it didn't appear to be very close to the child, as long as it could occasionally play with the child, it would be fine. If it was like the previous ironclad Tibetan Mastiff, it wouldn't be far from being abandoned. Other than its appearance, the current lion-headed mastiff probably couldn't compare to the ironclad Tibetan mastiff that old Lou had before. However, the paparazzo was still young, and it was hard to say what it would become in the future. It was said that Tibetan mastiffs only recognize one master in their lifetime, and the puppy had just been brought here not long ago. It was just unknown whether this paparazzo would recognize old Lou or little Lou as its master in the future. A Tibetan mastiff like this one didn't grow up in the highlands and didn't have much exposure to the wild. It was a pet dog in a big city and played with people all day long. How much fighting power would it have in the end? Who cares? As long as it could guard against thieves and protect people, it was a good dog. Its fighting power was weak, and its intelligence was just a little bit lower. Jingtan didn't have the time to worry about that. Not far from Lu Yao stood a very gentle-looking young woman. She should be old Lu's current wife. No matter what the woman really thought of Lu Yao, she had to pretend to be a kind mother in front of others. Occasionally, this Mrs. Lu would remind Lu Yao to be careful not to be scratched by the branches around him, or ask if he was cold. Lu Yao didn't respond, as if he didn't hear anything, and continued to control his toy car with the remote control. Seeing Tong Qing and Jingtan enter the yard, Mrs. Lu only glanced at them in surprise, and then her gaze fell on the person behind Tong Qing. One of old Lu's subordinates walked over and explained in a low voice. Mrs. Lu nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. In fact, Mrs. Lu was quite impatient. At this time, she should be at the front lawn interacting with the other women. That way, she could increase her popularity in the circle. But Lu Yao was here, and thinking of old Lu's instructions, she couldn't just leave Lu Yao. She stood there with a smile on her face and asked about Lu Yao's well-being. Lu Yao controlled the toy car to hit her feet. Even if it hurt, she couldn't say anything. Seeing people in the backyard, Mrs. Lu moved her stiff legs, smiled at the puppy and shouted, "Steamed bun, come here." Steamed bun? Zheng Tan looked at the puppy. Who came up with this name? It was okay when it was young, but now that it had grown up, it was powerful and domineering. It was so embarrassing to be called steamed bun by an acquaintance on the street. No matter how powerful it was, this name made it seem small and delicate. Look at Monsignor, it sounded much more high-end. Some people who studied this topic could probably write a thesis on this topic, such as, the importance of names. As for steamed bun, who had just picked up a branch to grind his teeth, he turned his head when he heard someone calling him. He was still chewing on the branch in his mouth. He looked at Mrs. Lu for 2 seconds, then turned his head back and continued chewing on the branch seriously. Zheng Tan was looking at Mrs. Lu's stiff smile with great interest when he suddenly heard the sound of a rapidly approaching car. Lu Yao's toy car was heading towards Zheng Tan. Tong Qing was just about to make a move, but when he thought of the situation at the long table outside, he stopped. Zheng Tan didn't panic at the approaching toy car. He raised his paw and prepared to stop it. With his ability, it was more than enough to deal with a toy car. But he didn't expect the toy car to suddenly stop not too far away from him. Could it be that this brat just wanted to scare him? Zheng Tan guessed. If that was really the case, this brat wasn't too bad. Lu Yao looked in that direction with confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why this cat was different from other cats. If other cats saw the toy car drive by, they would jump away or run away from it. But the black cat not far away just calmly raised a paw and didn't seem to be afraid at all. The toy car didn't stop for long before it continued to run and circled around Zheng Tan. It wasn't fast, and it continued to circle around him. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes. This brat was clearly targeting him. He didn't even have to take the initiative to go over. The brat's hand had already reached over. Sure enough, brats were brats. Even if they didn't talk much, were silent, and were a little gloomy, they were still brats. Sometimes, they didn't talk about principles and reason with you. The puppy, who had been gnawing on the tree branch excitedly, slowed down its gnawing speed and looked curiously in Jing Tan's direction. As for the people standing around, they all had their own thoughts. Some thought that the black cat was definitely unlucky. Some thought that it wasn't good for their young master to be like this. Even if you want to hit a cat, you have to look at its owner first. There were also some people who had seen the black cat slap the offspring of the litter cat. They were nervous and afraid that the cat would go crazy and hurt people. If Lu Yao was slightly injured, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Deducting their wages would be considered a light punishment. Zheng Tan was quite calm. He slowly swung his tail twice and looked at the toy car that was circling around in front of him. He suddenly felt playful. He didn't listen to Tong Qing's instructions and looked for an opportunity to jump towards the toy car. Zheng Tan spent a lot of time with little Pomelo and the Jiao family. Little Pomelo didn't have this kind of toy car. She had more dolls. Jiao Yuan felt that he had grown up. This kind of toy car was for children to play with. If he wanted to play with it, he would play with guns. Besides, Zheng Tan saw that a lot of effort was put into the design of this toy car. It was definitely not cheap. Jiao family wouldn't spend a lot of money on this kind of toy. Zheng Tan had played with similar toys in his memory. But at that time, he was still human. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a little nostalgic. The quality of this toy car was good. It looked small in the eyes of a normal person, but to Zheng Tan, this car's size was okay. He could still squat on it. However, because Zheng Tan suddenly jumped on the toy car, the running car stopped. The zzz sound was still coming out, proving that the motor was still working. Zheng Tan wasn't very satisfied. How could it not run with such a little weight? From the looks of it, this toy car couldn't possibly be unable to withstand the weight of his 10 kilograms. But soon, Zheng Tan felt the change in the toy car. Then, the toy car carrying Zheng Tan slowly started to move. Chapter 129. Zheng Tan squatted on the toy car. Although the car was running, it was much slower than when it was unloaded. Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of being thrown off. According to Zheng Tan's thoughts, of course, he wanted the toy car to run faster. That would be fun and exciting. However, he couldn't ask for too much. It was good enough that he could play with it. Just as Zheng Tan thought, Lu Yao didn't really want to hit him with the toy car. He was probably just curious. Moreover, this child was definitely not naive. At least mentally, he was a bit more mature than other children his age. This probably had something to do with his previous experience. Zheng Tan sat steadily on the toy car and kept his tail close to his side so that he wouldn't be hit by the toy car or the branches that stretched out from the flower bed. The backyard was quite clean. There were only some leaves that had been blown by the wind. The branches were pulled over by Lu Yao or picked up by steamed bun from the flower bed next to it. Overall, there weren't too many obstacles, and the toy car was running smoothly. Lu Yao was also very familiar with controlling the toy car. After running 2 laps, it didn't touch the flower pots on the ground, and there were no accidents. Steamed Bun, who had been chewing on the branch, looked at it for a while before spitting it out and running happily towards Zheng Tan. He ran and jumped behind the toy car. After running a few steps, he stopped, lowered his body, stuck out his butt, and called out at the toy car. Even if he didn't make a sound, he would stretch out his paws and scratch the air a few times. He grinned and had fun. Tong Qing carefully observed Lu Yao. Compared to before, the gloominess in the child's eyes was much less. It was like a gloomy sky suddenly turning cloudy. This was a good sign. No wonder the boss wanted this cat to come over. Tong Qing couldn't help but sigh. It was easy for people to be wary of each other, especially children like Lu Yao who had experienced some things with his mother. He was very wary of people and rejected strangers. Even people he knew were hard to get close to. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yao didn't go to the front lawn and play with the other children at the buffet table. It wasn't just Lu Yao. If Fang Xiaokong sent a child of the same age to approach Lu Yao, old Lu's people would more or less be suspicious and wary. Everyone knew that old Lu treated Lu Yao like a treasure. Since it wasn't easy to start with old Lou, they would look for the younger one. However, animals were different. Even old Lou and his subordinates probably wouldn't think that this cat had come here with some ulterior motives. What could a cat do? Even if it could fight and had great strength, in the end, wasn't it still a cat? The toy car drove Zhang Tan around the yard. Someone had set up a plastic track in the yard. The toy car could run on it, and Zhang Tan could barely run on it. It was just that it took a little effort to climb the hill. But if you add a steamed bun to the two, steamed bun looked at the toy car that carried Zhang Tan to the plastic track. It wagged its tail and followed behind it. With its size, it was a little cramped on the plastic track. However, after taking 2 steps, it didn't see any abnormalities. Its courage grew, and it sped up to chase after the toy car and the black cat in front of it. Zhang Tan sat in the toy car. When it drove onto the plastic track, he turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that steamed bun was also following, he was worried that the track would be overloaded. However, when he saw that the track didn't shake or collapse, he was relieved. However, just as Zhang Tan was relieved, he saw steamed bun running over. Not only did it run, it even jumped twice as it ran. Caw! A section of the track collapsed, and steamed bun fell to the ground. The plastic track was only about 10 centimeters high, so it wouldn't be injured. When it fell, steamed bun's chin hit the part of the track that didn't collapse. After it fell to the ground, it shook its head, raised its paws, and rubbed its mouth. Then, it continued to follow the toy car as if nothing had happened. However, this time, it didn't jump onto the track. It followed on the ground, or ran to the front and put its chin on the edge of the track to look at the toy car. As the plastic track had collapsed in the middle, old Lou's subordinates looked at it and couldn't put it back together. This time, they didn't bring any spare parts, so they couldn't build another track. Fortunately, Lu Yao didn't intend to let the toy car continue to use the track. He just controlled the toy car and drove the black cat around the yard. Zhang Tan squatted in the toy car and pondered. A car was indeed a good tool. When he was still a human, he liked to drive around when he was depressed. Just like how many people ran to vent their frustrations, Zhang Tan always liked to drive. However, now that he had become a cat, could he still have his own car? It was difficult. Even if he had a toy car that belonged to him, even if the car was one size bigger, as long as the control was in someone else's hands, Zhang Tan always felt uncomfortable. It was as if his fate was in someone else's hands. However, even if Zhang Tan was given a control lever, Zhang Tan might not be able to control it flexibly. A cat's palm was only so big, and its claws and meatballs were not as flexible as a human's fingers. Sigh. Zhang Tan raised his head 45 degrees and pretended to be sad. Unfortunately, steamed bun next to him couldn't understand Zhang Tan's feelings at all. This guy was having fun. The ignorant were fearless and carefree. In layman's terms, dumb dogs were having a lot of fun. Zhang Tan saw that steamed bun was having fun and stretched out his paw to slap it. Of course, this slap was definitely not as strong as when he slapped the cat. It was much more restrained, just like when he was playing with the cats and dogs in the yard. With this slap, a few strands of dog fur were hooked off. However, steamed bun had a lot of fur, so it didn't seem to mind losing a few strands. It also didn't seem to feel much pain. Instead, it played even more happily. Zhang Tan felt that he didn't know how to get along with this naughty kid anyway, so he squatted in the toy car to kill time. Occasionally, he could think about his worries. When he was unhappy, he would slap steamed bun a few times. When the toy car drove past the flower beds and decorative flower pots, it would hook its paw at the flowers and plants to destroy them. Sometimes, it would also fish out a thin branch from the flower beds, bend its paw to hold it, and hit steamed bun. For dogs like steamed bun, playing, biting, fighting, and other activities could strengthen their neck muscles and make their bodies strong. In the future, old Lou would probably train them accordingly. However, steamed bun was already so active and a little silly. What would it be like in the future? He would probably be like Ah Huang, who looked serious but had the heart of a fool. When old Lu took some time to check on his son, he was happy to see his son's expression. It was rare to see his son in a good mood. Old Lu learned the whole story from his subordinates. Previously, he was still hesitating whether to send steamed bun away, but now he decided to let it stay. Looking at the situation at the moment, even if steamed bun wasn't very smart and wasn't as flexible as other dogs, at least it could play with his baby son, which was enough to prove its value. As for other people's opinions and ridicule, old Lu sneered in his heart. Compared to his son, they were nothing. Steamed Bun, who was playing with the toy car in the yard, didn't know that its behavior would make old Lu change his mind. The city's dog management regulations didn't have much binding significance for people like old Lu. Following old Lu, at least, could make Steamed Bun better in the reinforced concrete metropolis. Finally, it was time for lunch. The pets' dining table was arranged separately, and there were also people sent by each family to take care of them. The cats and dogs were separated. Zheng Tan didn't join the cats. He didn't want to join in the fun. He stayed outside and found a place to eat with Tong Qing. Fang Xiaokong sent someone to deliver food, and Zheng Tan just waited to eat. When he came over just now, he saw the serval's descendant that he had slapped. That guy saw Zheng Tan from afar and avoided him. Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it. If the cat didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend the cat. The man and the cat ate slowly outside. When Zheng Tan was almost done eating, he saw two people coming out of the villa. One was Zhao Lu, and the other was a young man he had seen on the second floor before. He seemed to be called Wang Bin. Looking at the way Zhao Lu and Wang Bin got along, the two should be quite familiar with each other. Zheng Tan wondered if he should go and listen to the gossip. Zhao Lu had already seen Zheng Tan and was coming over. After finding a wooden stool to sit down, Zhao Lu asked Tong Qing some questions about Zheng Tan's meals. The food that Fang Xiaokong sent over was almost finished, so Tong Qing couldn't tell what he had eaten. Tong Qing gave a simple answer. Seeing that the two of them probably had something to talk about, he stood up and walked away. It wasn't good to leave, because Zheng Tan was still in the same place. Zheng Tan thought he could hear some gossip, but the two of them didn't seem to be like what Zheng Tan thought. They were familiar with each other, but unfortunately, they didn't have that kind of interest in each other. The two of them talked about topics ranging from Zheng Tan, the cat, to Wang Bin being sent to the grassroots to train, and then to Wang Bin's younger brother, Mao. However, when the two of them talked about Mao, their tone was full of helplessness. Zheng Tan wondered what kind of person Mao was to be able to make Wang Bin and Zhao Lu treat him like this. After lunch, many people left. They were all busy people, so how could they have the time to stay here and relax? Usually, many people like to have dinner parties. Fang Xiaokong was a relatively different person. When Zhao Lu asked why he arranged lunch but not dinner parties, Third Master Fang yawned. Early to bed and early to rise. It's good for your health. Zhao Lu wanted to bang his head against the wall. Of course, not everyone left. Some people just happened to have time and stayed for a while, such as old Lu. They would continue to chat with Fang Xiaokong. Zheng Tan stayed there to play with Lu Yao and Steamed Bun for a while before going home. He didn't know what Fang Xiaokong said to old Lu, but one day, when Zheng Tan was lying on the sofa at home watching TV, he heard the Jiaopa talking to Yuan Zi on the phone. They talked about this big client, Boss Lu, who had suddenly arrived. Only then did Zheng Tan know that this matter was really done. The Jiaopa and Yuan Zi also learned some of the reasons from Fang Xiaokong. Yuan Zi specially bought a bunch of food, some for the two children and some for Zheng Tan. Before coming, Yuan Zi also burned 3 incense sticks in front of the black manekiniko in the office. It was unknown who taught him this. If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would have been interested in the food. But now, Zheng Tan's mind wasn't on it. It was fine before he came into contact with the toy car. After coming into contact with it, Jingtan kept thinking about it in his heart. There were a few days when he dreamed of driving the car for a spin. He didn't sit in someone else's car, nor did he sit in the basket of little Pomelo's bicycle. Instead, he was driving his own car. Therefore, Jingtan spent the past few days thinking about how to get a car that was suitable for his current cat-like appearance. Who should he look for? Should he look for the third Master Fong again? Even if he looked for him, he couldn't say it out loud. How could he express his thoughts? Should he send an email or text to Fong San and say, "Fong San, I'm Black Charcoal. Hurry up and get a car for me"? It didn't seem reliable. Chapter 130. The car couldn't be rushed either. How should he live his life? He still lived his life the same way. Jingtan felt bored and played with the cats in the east courtyard or went out for a walk. Occasionally, he would go out with Celestine to reduce stress. During this time, Fang Xiaokong came over twice. Both times, Tong Qing drove him here. He didn't stay for long. He just dropped by to take a look. However, even though Fang Xiaokong didn't stay for long, Jingtan learned some things from Fang Xiaokong. For example, Yuan Zi and the others had successfully made friends with Old Lu, a big client. Old Lu's son, Lu Yao, liked to control the toy car at home to play with the dog. Although Jingtan wasn't there, Steamed Bun seemed to be interested in the toy car. Every time Lu Yao controlled the toy car to play outside, Steamed Bun would follow the toy car. It would only be distracted occasionally. After all, there wasn't a cat in the toy car to play with it. Old Lu also suggested to Fang Xiaokong that he should bring Jingtan over to play. Unfortunately, Fang Xiaokong was very busy recently and didn't have time. He only briefly mentioned it to the Jiaopa. It was a precautionary measure. In the future, Fang Xiaokong might really come over to play with the cat. The temperature in Chuhua City in November wasn't too low. Recently, the weather had been good. Jingtan liked to go out for a walk or find a place to lie down and bask in the sun. This afternoon, Jingtan walked out of the east courtyard. Feeling the warmth of the sun, he walked along a small path. The path didn't lead to the teaching area or the dormitory area. There were more old houses there, and the school didn't seem to plan to move that area in the past 2 years. At least, Jingtan hadn't noticed any big movements there. It wasn't as noisy as when the houses near the side door were demolished to build the dormitory. A few birds of unknown species walked around on the grass, pecking at the grass. They were probably looking for food. After seeing Jingtan, the timid and cautious ones had already flown up or jumped away, while the bold ones remained in place. However, they still maintained their vigilance. As long as Jingtan approached, they would definitely fly away. Jingtan was not in the mood to catch the birds. If it were Huang or the sheriff, they would probably be interested in them. Anyway, Jingtan was not in the mood to catch birds. As for Depang, that guy had started to put on weight again. Depang's grandmother was probably worried when she saw Depang like that. Every time she went out, she would bring Depang with her so that he could move around more. The so-called moving around more was just taking a few slow steps. The grandmother was old, so she didn't walk fast. Depang didn't feel tired when he followed her. It was said that at the place where the old lady was learning how to sing Kuan opera, someone used something to tease Depang. However, Depang did not give them any face, so it was impossible for him to move. When he was annoyed, he would jump to a high place and lie down to sleep. It looked like he was too lazy to push. While thinking and walking, Jingtan found a good place to bask in the sun. He jumped onto the roof of a one-story old tiled house and found a comfortable place to lie down and bask in the sun. After jumping up, Jingtan found that there were other cats on several old tiled houses similar to this one. They were all lying there lazily, basking in the sun. After seeing Jingtan, 2 of them curiously observed Jingtan for a while. Then, they probably felt that Jingtan was not a threat, so they became sleepy and continued to sleep with their eyes closed. Although these cats seemed to be too lazy to move, as long as there was any abnormal movement, they would immediately react. When they heard footsteps that belonged to a person running, a few cats that were closer to the roof immediately opened their eyes and looked in that direction. They guessed that very few people came here, so their reactions were slightly bigger. The cats that were further away just moved their ears or squinted their eyes lazily to look in that direction. When they found that nothing was wrong, they yawned, changed their position, and continued to sleep. The old tiled house Jingtan stayed in was closer to the small path. When he heard the footsteps, he didn't want to look, but he felt that the footsteps were familiar, so he opened his eyes and looked down. With this look, it really made Jingtan endlessly shocked. Jiao Wei. Today was Monday. If he remembered correctly, this guy had classes on Monday afternoon. Jingtan remembered it so clearly because one time when they were eating at a small restaurant, Jiao Wei and his roommates happened to be there. Jingtan heard Jiao Wei and his classmates talking about Monday syndrome. They had classes all day on Monday, and most of them were compulsory classes. With Jiao Wei's personality, skipping compulsory classes and skipping elective classes was something that shouldn't have happened to him. But now, this guy had classes in the afternoon, so what was he doing here? She remembered that at the beginning of the semester, before classes started, Jiao Wei would go to the second and third year classes all day long. When there were no classes, he would go to the library. How could he not attend classes when there were classes? Could it be that the classes were cancelled? But even if the classes were cancelled, according to Jiao Wei's habits, if he wasn't helping out at the small restaurant, he would go to the library or study room. Why would he come to this remote place? And it seemed like he was in a hurry. Jingtan's curiosity was piqued again. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Jingtan jumped down from the green-tiled house and followed Jiao Wei. This time, he didn't take the small path so that Jiao Wei wouldn't notice him. Jiao Wei ran further inside. There were no people around, and there weren't many people. Compared to the sports field, it was much quieter. In this environment, Jiao Wei's running footsteps were very abrupt. However, soon, Jingtan heard other sounds coming from the air. They were getting closer and closer. While Jingtan was paying attention to the top, he also noticed that Jiao Wei's footsteps had stopped. In order to avoid being discovered, Jingtan immediately jumped into the bushes next to him. There were a few birds looking for food in a pile of leaves and bushes. When they saw Jingtan suddenly running over, they were scared and quickly flew up. But just as these frightened birds flew into the air in a panic, a flying object in the air happened to be coming this way. For the birds that suddenly flew from below, the flying object dodged. Jingtan saw the flying object in the air clearly. It was a remote control plane, but it didn't look very good. Probably because it happened suddenly, the pilot of the remote control plane made a mistake. The remote control plane directly crashed into a tall sycamore tree. Although it was autumn now, due to the temperature, some of the leaves of these sycamore trees were still green. Even the yellow leaves didn't fall much. The branches were still lush. After the remote control plane fell, it got stuck. The propeller turned a few times, but it was useless. Another remote control plane passed by in the air and flew away. Soon, in the direction where the remote control plane flew, a person with a remote control in his hand ran over. Seeing that he also knew Jiao Wei, after the two of them talked for a while, Jiao Wei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to help the person get the remote control plane down. Hearing the two of them, although they didn't say much, Jingtan still knew from their conversation that the reason Jiao Wei skipped class was related to this person, or rather, it was related to these people, and the gathering place was nearby. Jingtan didn't stay to see how they got the plane from the tree. He ran in the direction that the person came from. After running a little distance, Jingtan heard the sound of people. There was no need to look around randomly. There shouldn't be anyone around. Now that he heard the sound of people, and it was the sound of multiple people, Jiao Wei's destination was probably over there. Following the sound, Jingtan saw a building that he didn't know used to be a cafeteria or a warehouse. It was also the style of an old tiled house, but it was a little taller. It was 2 stories high, and the area was a little bigger. From the outside, it looked a little old. Moreover, from the outside, many people would definitely classify it as a dangerous house. There were many old houses like this in Tsinghua University. Those old houses that were reused after being rebuilt had some historical significance to the university. Zheng Tan once saw a group of middle-aged and old people walking around the university. It was probably some kind of activity organized by the university. Those people were all students or teachers from Tsinghua University. There were many white-haired old men and women. When they saw the familiar buildings in the university, they would take photos as a souvenir. At the same time, they also reminisced about the past when they were studying or teaching. There was no lack of rich and powerful people among these people. Even if it was for them, the university would spend a lot of effort to rebuild those old houses. As for the other old houses that didn't have much significance, they would directly tear them down and rebuild them. Zheng Tan had never heard of any historical significance to the building in front of him. However, Zheng Tan wasn't familiar with the old houses in the university. Even if there was a historical significance, he wouldn't completely understand it. When Zheng Tan used to walk around the university, he had passed by this old tiled house before. There were some barriers around it, and it looked like it was under construction. When he passed by it, he heard some noises coming from inside. However, at that time, Zheng Tan didn't pay too much attention to it. He also didn't climb in to take a look. Now, it seemed that there might be some secret hidden in this old building. After climbing over the fence, Zheng Tan found that some of the windows at the bottom were open. Although Zheng Tan couldn't see the movements of the people inside from his angle, he could tell that it was quite lively inside from the sounds he heard. There was also a rustling sound, which was similar to the sound of Lu Yao's toy car running. Could it be that Jiao Wei came here just to play with this kind of remote control toy? If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would definitely think that these people were very childish. But now, Zheng Tan was interested in the remote control car, so he didn't think too much about it. He went to a window in the corner. From the sounds, there was no one there. Jumping on the windowsill, Zheng Tan carefully looked inside. The person closest to the window where Zheng Tan was standing was a young man in his early 20s. He crossed his legs and sat on a wooden stool with peeling paint. His back was against the wall, and he was holding a Rubik's Cube in his hand. What surprised Zheng Tan the most was that this person's eyes weren't on the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Zheng Tan didn't know where he was looking. If he didn't see the Rubik's Cube in his hand first, Zheng Tan would have thought that this person was thinking about something else. Zheng Tan watched this person restore the color of the cube in a very short period of time, then scramble it, restore it, and scramble it again. During the whole process, this person didn't even look at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. "Brother Cheng, there's a problem with the wheel. It's hanging on a tree. Let's wait for another 10 minutes. A person came over and said to the person playing with the Rubik's Cube. Seeing that the person playing with the Rubik's Cube nodded, the person left. Chapter 131. 10 minutes later, Jiao Wei and the person who took the airplane model from the tree came together. The person who was playing with the Rubik's Cube put the restored six-sided Rubik's Cube on the wooden shelf next to him. The wooden shelf was very old and had many scratches on it. The legs of the shelf were also cut. This shelf and some similar tables and chairs in this building had been repaired to varying degrees. The repaired places were much newer than the original places, but they were also worn out. It seemed that this place was frequented by people. Since everyone is here, let's start. Senior Cheng stood up and said. Zheng Tan stood by the window and looked at the people taking out model cars one after another. There were some differences in their appearances. Some looked like miniature sports cars and were very exquisite. Some looked like miniature off-road vehicles. There were also some that looked like unfinished products with incomplete shells or no shells at all. Some of the parts inside were exposed. These people were really playing with toy cars. Zheng Tan didn't have time to look down on them. To be honest, Zheng Tan was jealous because he didn't even have a toy car now. There were several circular runways in the cleared field. Each circular runway was different. Some were flat, some were sprinkled with sand, and some had small stones thrown inside. Moreover, some of the circular runways were sloped, as if to simulate different road conditions. There were other tracks, but Zheng Tan didn't have time to observe, because several people had already put their toy cars on the flat track. After the countdown, the 4 miniature sports cars started running. The 4 cars were running very fast. Compared to Lu Yao, the drivers here were much better. It was probably because of their age, but it was also because these people were veterans. Staring at the cars on the track for a while, Zheng Tan suddenly felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he realized that it was too quiet. Lu Yao was a silent and bad-tempered brat, and the people here didn't seem like introverts. Just now, Zheng Tan heard them bragging and chatting. But now, when it should be noisy to liven things up, it was strangely quiet. Of course, the sound of the car running was the clearest. There were no cheers as Zheng Tan had expected. Could it be that all older children looked like this when they played with toy cars? Why didn't they shout excitedly like a child? Zheng Tan shifted his attention from the running car to the people standing on the side of the track. The 4 people controlling the toy car stood there, their expressions changing as the car moved. They were either nervous, excited, or annoyed, but none of them made a sound. As for Jiao Wei, he was the same as the others. He was looking at the running toy cars on the track with a notebook in his hand. A few steps away from them, someone was staring at the device on the table. Zheng Tan had no idea what it was for. About 10 minutes later, Zheng Tan heard senior brother Cheng yell, "Stop!" Only then did the 4 cars stop. Finally, after 10 minutes of silence in the sports car, it became noisy again. It was quite intense, much livelier than before. However, Zheng Tan heard very little about the speed and ranking of the cars. These people were talking about coefficients and equations. Zheng Tan didn't understand some of the theoretical and technical things. Even when he saw the data on the pages in their hands, Zheng Tan felt like he was reading a heavenly book. It seemed that these people weren't playing with toys. Instead, they were going deeper into the research. Jiao Wei was probably a newcomer, so he didn't talk much. Most of the time, he was taking notes and listening to other people's explanations and suggestions. When he raised his head and was about to talk to someone, he suddenly saw the black cat standing by the window in the corner. It was craning its neck to look at them. Jiao Wei. He didn't even need to look at it closely or call out its name. He could recognize the cat at a glance. Why was it here? Jiao Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. The people next to Jiao Wei noticed him and looked over. They also saw Zheng Tan. "Ha, another cat is looking at our sports car," said the person. "Again?" Jiao Wei looked at the people around him, puzzled. He thought that these people would be surprised. He didn't expect most of them to be so calm. Well, the surrounding houses are all old. There aren't many people living here now. There are often cats wandering around. Occasionally, curious cats will come over, but not many. After all, most cats are quite timid, explained the person. Because of this, when people saw Zheng Tan squatting by the window and looking at them, no one was surprised. But this cat was different. Jiao Wei muttered to himself. Since he was already discovered, Zheng Tan didn't hide anymore. However, he didn't jump in either. He moved closer to the window and continued to watch. These people had run a few rounds. Every round, the car model was different, and the track was different as well. Even though they talked about the results after the race, most of them talked about the technical aspects of the race. Zheng Tan was a complete amateur. When Zheng Tan was still a human, someone gave him a car model when he bought a car. He kept it as a toy. That kind of thing, many people kept it as a collection. Most people still thought that people who used remote controls to drive toy cars outside were children. At least, that was what Zheng Tan thought. Zheng Tan didn't know how much progress car models would make in a few years. He didn't spend much effort to understand. However, seeing these people play with model cars, he was very interested. After that day, Zheng Tan often came to this area in the afternoon. He would sunbathe on a low-tiled house not far from the old house. When he heard the noise inside, he would go over to watch. After 2 weeks, Jingtan knew that these people would come here every Monday and Thursday at 3:00 in the afternoon. These people came from different departments. Some were from mechanical engineering, some were from electronic information, some were from mathematical statistics, and some were from physics, chemistry, and other departments. They gathered together because of a common hobby. And the leader of these people was that senior brother Cheng. As for the details, Jingtan didn't know. It was too difficult to find out. Every time these people came to the sports car, they would bring some simple and portable equipment. After the race, they would take what they needed to take away. Those that they were too lazy to take away were placed in cardboard boxes on high shelves. When they left, they would close the doors and windows of the building and lock the door. The things left here weren't too valuable, so they weren't worried. These people also learned about Jingtan's background from Jiao Wei. They knew that he was the cat of a teacher at the Institute of Biological Sciences. They were familiar with Jiao Wei, so every time they saw Jingtan watching, they would give him some snacks. Unfortunately, Jingtan didn't appreciate it. He glanced at the snacks and didn't look at them anymore. There were also people who wanted to tease Jingtan. They played with a rope or threw a tire to attract his attention. Jingtan looked at them as if they were idiots, then turned his eyes back to the model cars running on the track. Even if he couldn't get a car, he could at least look at it. After getting familiar with these people, Jingtan didn't stay on the windowsill anymore. He went into the house and stood on the high shelf, looking down at the situation below. At 5:00, these people finished and began to pack up. Jingtan jumped down from the high shelf and was ready to leave. When he jumped onto the windowsill, Jingtan suddenly heard people talking about him. He slowed down. "Why do you think a cat would be interested in this kind of toy car?" Someone looked at the black cat on the windowsill with its back facing them and asked. "Cats are always interested in small moving things. There's nothing strange about it." "That's not true. My sister's cat will jump away when it sees this kind of thing, let alone watch from the side. Don't all cats like furry things? There's a pile of hard materials or parts here. My uncle's cat likes to sit on the side and watch my nephew play with the remote control car, but it doesn't get close to it." Hearing these people's discussion, Jiao Wei's mouth twitched. These people were not familiar with the black cat. They looked at him like he was a normal cat, but he knew that the black cat was probably listening to these people's conversation. Didn't you see that the cat's ears were tilting towards him? And the rhythmic twitching of its tail meant that the cat was thinking about something. However, Jiao Wei could not say what he was thinking. Associate Professor Jiao had talked to him before, and Jiao Wei clearly remembered the things to pay attention to when it came to cats, so he could only say it in his heart. After Jingtan returned to the Jiao family for dinner, he thought for a while, then decisively ran out. His goal was the old tiled housing area. For the past few days, Jingtan's mind had been filled with those running model cars. To be precise, it was the miniaturized cars. Some of the model cars in the hands of those people could no longer be called toys. They were all high-end products, full of technical content. Recently, Jingtan had been thinking about cars. One day, when he was lying on a tree branch and sunbathing, he heard 2 college students walking by below talking about car models. His first reaction was car models, not car models. It wasn't until he heard the 2 college students talking about cool and glamorous girls with hot bodies that Jingtan realized that the car models they were talking about were not the car models. Jingtan suddenly felt that he was much more pure. When he first heard the word big boobs, his thoughts had gone astray. He looked up at the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Not bad. There were no street lights in the old tiled housing area. There were only a few street lights at the edge of the road. Most of the other areas were dark. The school probably thought that this area would be demolished and rebuilt sooner or later, so there was no need to change the street lights. Jingtan was walking along the path to the house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. Suddenly, he felt that he was being followed. Due to the direction of the wind, Enchanting could not smell anything unusual. However, Enchanting could hear the slight rustling of the grass. Also, based on his intuition, Enchanting felt that someone was watching him, but it was not malicious. A black shadow jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards Enchanting. Enchanting was vigilant. He knew the location of the black shadow before it jumped. Seeing that the shadow was rushing over, Enchanting jumped away and slapped it a few times. He did not use much strength, just like when cats were playing with each other. Chapter 132. Seeing the sheriff didn't change Enchanting's route. After pausing for a while, he went straight to the old tile-roofed house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. The sheriff looked at Enchanting, who was walking away, and then looked at the two cats in the grass. He wagged his tail and ran after Enchanting. However, the cats in the grass also followed. For these cats, they didn't have a specific destination. They were just there to play. As Sheriff followed Enchanting, he would also turn to the side and play with the cats. The sounds of the cats playing attracted more cats to come out to play, and more cats gathered around. This phenomenon wasn't because of a leader. In the cat family, only lions lived in groups. Many people said that cats were more independent. Perhaps it was because of this independence that cats' personalities were formed. Sometimes, their thoughts were different and unpredictable. Of course, cats living in the human world also looked for companions to play with. As for why there wasn't a regional power here, Enchanting thought about it. It should be because of the place itself. It wasn't their nest. It was just a place to play. The cats weren't fixed. For example, the sheriff was probably a newcomer. Enchanting ignored the cats running around. He walked along the path and paid attention to the old tile-roofed houses around him. He once heard a few of the school's sanitation workers talk about it. Although the school didn't do much in the area of the old tile-roofed houses, they would still send people to clean up after a while. One of the tasks was to clean up stray cats. Once, a worker in charge of cleaning found a litter of kittens in one of the tile-roofed houses. He didn't see the mother cat, so he didn't know what to do. In the end, a sanitation worker brought the litter of kittens home to feed. After that, he didn't hear the mother cat meowing around. He guessed that the mother cat had gone out to look for food. Also, during the time that Enchanting wandered around the area, he gradually found that many of the old tile-roofed houses were not empty. In addition to Jiao Wei's group, there were some people who applied for temporary use. They were all student clubs that couldn't find a suitable place. The school encouraged students to be self-reliant and innovative. It also supported many clubs and associations. The old tile-roofed houses were all inspected. Even if they looked dangerous from the outside, they could still be used for a few years if they really wanted to use them. The other houses that were marked couldn't be used. Those were really dangerous houses that were prone to accidents. In this way, with people around, the probability of stray cats settling down here was even lower. Therefore, the cats that came here to play were not the cats that had settled down here, but the cats that lived in the surrounding areas. Some of them were from the west side courtyard, and the one that had been chasing the sheriff the most was one of them. Because of this, Enchanting wasn't afraid of being besieged by a group of cats. If that really happened, even if Enchanting was stronger, the result wouldn't be good. Enchanting climbed over the construction fence outside and came to the old tile-roofed house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. He looked around and saw that the door was tightly shut. The door was a kind of thick wooden door that looked a little old. The reason why they didn't use a metal door or a fence door was probably to avoid the suspicion of 300 tales of silver here. After all, the surrounding tile-roofed houses all had wooden doors. Enchanting didn't go in through the door. There was a window next to it that didn't have glass in the upper right corner. After Enchanting jumped on the windowsill, he climbed in through the broken window. After Enchanting, the sheriff climbed in. For cats, climbing through windows wasn't necessarily less than walking through doors. It was easy and very familiar. Although some of the other cats had followed them over, only 2 of them had managed to climb into the house. After the sheriff and the other 2 cats went in, they sniffed around and looked around. Zheng Tan didn't care about them. He jumped on a shelf and found a car model that hadn't been installed yet, as well as a matching remote control. The sheriff didn't understand what Zheng Tan was doing. When he saw Zheng Tan put the car model on the track, he went over and sniffed it. He raised his paws and patted it, but found it boring. He was about to leave to find something fun when he suddenly heard the car model make a sound. He was so scared that he arched his back and jumped back. But soon, when he saw the car model start running on the track, he became bold and followed beside the track. Zheng Tan used his paws to press on the remote control. It was a little unfamiliar and inconvenient to control the car model. The remote control was big and inconvenient to hold, so Zheng Tan directly put the remote control on the ground. As soon as it started running, the car directly hit the plastic barrier beside the track. Zheng Tan walked over and flipped the car over and put it on the track again. After a few seconds, he hit it again and flipped it over. Also, because it was a circular track, it was a little difficult to drive. Zheng Tan's current cat paws were not good at controlling details. He had never felt that it was so difficult to control a toy car model. Just like that, he hit it, flipped it over, hit it again, and flipped it over again. After a few repetitions, the situation became much better. Now he could reduce the number of hits and flips in one lap to less than 5. He was too focused just now. When Zheng Tan looked around again, he found that there were a few cats watching around the track. They were probably wary of new things, so they didn't get too close. At first, the sheriff followed the car, but later found that the car was fast and the car was only running in this area, so he squatted there and stared. After resting for a while, Zheng Tan was ready to start again. Suddenly, his ears moved and he looked outside. Then he ran to the side and jumped on a chair by the window. He stood up and looked outside from the window. A construction fence was pushed, and a sneaky figure came in from outside. Under the moonlight, even human eyes could see them. Unfortunately, there weren't many people around at night. Young couples rarely came here on dates. After all, there were no street lights and no sense of security. Thief? That was the most likely possibility. But there was someone in this shabby place. After the person came in, he looked around and found that there was no one else. He called the people behind him to come in together. A man and a woman. They looked very young, like school students. There were too many young couples like this. They could cover for anything, but Zheng Tan felt that these 2 people's skills were not as good as the 2 in the east courtyard. Their skills weren't high, so they were easier to deal with. When the people outside pushed the construction fence, the cats outside were scared and ran away, so the man and woman didn't notice how many cats were around. The construction fence was built with some light materials, and it wasn't of good quality. It had been a long time, and now several places were damaged. With a push, a big gap could be opened, and it was easy to come in. Zheng Tan saw them coming to the window. He jumped off the chair and looked around. There was a wrench in the corner. It was probably not used often, and it was covered with a layer of dust. Usually, no one paid attention to it, and those people didn't put it together when they were packing. Zheng Tan walked over and picked up the wrench, weighed it, and quietly came to a place 4 or 5 meters away from the door. The few cats in the room also heard the movement outside. The cat near the door retreated inside to join the others. Zheng Tan was now walking upright. He wasn't afraid of the cats here telling on him. After all, these cats couldn't even understand his unusual behavior, let alone find someone to tell on him. Holding the wrench, Zheng Tan listened to the 2 people talking in a low voice at the door. Even if they were sure that there was no one in front of the door, they didn't dare to talk loudly. After all, at this time, they couldn't be sure if someone would pass by on the other side of the construction fence. Is there really something valuable in here? How much can it be sold for? Asked the woman who deliberately lowered her voice. Of course there is. As long as we sell the things that those people play with, we can definitely get a few hundred yuan, maybe even 1,000 yuan. The money can be used to buy you a few more clothes. Last time when you were shopping, didn't you see a bag in a specialty store? If we sell it for money, we can have that bag. We can also sell branded perfume, said the man. Can you open the door without a key? The woman was doubtful. The sound of the door lock was heard. The people outside were probably picking the lock. Because of some things that happened in the east courtyard, Jingtan had a very bad impression of thieves. It could be said that they were extremely bad. According to Jingtan's personality, although he was too lazy to care about other people's business, when it concerned himself, he would deal with it every time. When he was in the east courtyard, he could borrow Niu Zhuang and the others' mouths, but now, he had to solve it himself. The cats inside didn't make any sound. At this time, they were just alert and ready to respond and escape at any time. The wooden door gradually opened with a long creak, and the silver moonlight shone in. Hey, I told you, this door lock can't stop me, said the man proudly. Be careful, don't suddenly run out. The woman seemed to be a little scared, but the temptation of branded clothes, bags, and perfume was too great. She still followed in. It's okay, there's definitely no one. The voice stopped abruptly because they saw pairs of shining eyes. In the silent night, under the silvery white moonlight, in the old tile-roofed house, especially when both of them were guilty of something, suddenly seeing these shining eyes would always make one feel terrified. Ah, the woman wanted to scream, but just as she made a sound, the man covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, it's just a cat, not a person. Although he was also shocked just now, but probably because he had done this kind of thing more often, the man's psychological quality was stronger than the woman's. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Bang! Blood splattered from his nose, and one of his front teeth fell out. Someone once lamented that when a thief met a cat, what could the cat do? A dog could still warn the thief and bite him, but the cat would probably have run away or curled up in a corner to sleep. Yes, most of the time, that was the case. Unfortunately, this thief was unlucky today. The blood-stained wrench fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Chapter 133. Jingtan didn't run away like the other cats. Before the man could react, he picked up a stool and threw it at him. Bang! Another blow. Blood flowed from the man's nose. It was sticky between his fingers. The man felt dizzy, but even so, he knew one thing: there was definitely someone inside, and judging by the strength of the thing that was thrown, it was definitely not a child. Damn, how could there really be someone inside? In the dark, Jingtan changed his position and stood next to another stool. If the man was still able to pick up the wrench from the ground, he would not mind swinging the stool as hard as he could. The reason he did not do so was because Jingtan was not sure whether it would kill the man or not. Compared to the thieves at the eastern courtyard, Jingtan did not have that much hatred toward them. He wasn't afraid that the man would discover him. As long as he didn't rush out and throw the stool, no one would associate him with the stool. In fact, Jingtan wanted to jump over and kick the man, but he didn't want to be discovered, so he tried to hide as much as possible. He just wanted to create the illusion that there was someone inside. As for the woman, she had a lot of crooked thoughts, but she didn't have much courage. What happened just now really scared her. She wanted to find some long tools on the ground to defend herself. The cats looked at the Trojans. But when she lowered her head, she directly met a pair of bright cat eyes. She saw that the cat was standing 2 steps away from her. It didn't move and just stared at her. She couldn't see much emotion from the pair of bright eyes because of the reflection of light. Whether it was friendliness, curiosity, or vigilance, they were all covered by the light. The woman was very scared and didn't care so much. She took something out of a small satchel and threw it at the cat in front of her. She didn't pay attention to what it was. In such a situation, the only cat in the east courtyard who dared to confront people directly was Depang, except for Jingtan. Unfortunately, the fat man was at home. If Huang encountered him, he would run away without hesitation. However, the woman was facing the sheriff, so he would also run away. But if there was a chance, he would first scratch the woman with his claws before running away. And the sheriff did exactly that. He had no idea what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. After Sheriff finished scratching, he quickly ran back and jumped onto a shelf. For him, it was safer to hide on top. At the same time, he pressed down on his ears and looked at the woman with his fur puffed up. Like the other cats, he let out a low growl. Hearing this kind of roar in broad daylight wouldn't cause much of a reaction, but in this kind of environment, when all the cats in the house were roaring at the same time, it made people's hair stand on end. Enchanting glanced to the side and saw that the woman was covering her face. She screamed, turned around, and ran out. Based on the woman's height, it was possible that the sheriff had jumped up and scratched her face, but he did not know to what extent. Could it be that the sheriff learned this trick when he peeked at the girls fighting and scratching their heads? No matter what, this guy's behavior was getting more and more aggressive. As soon as the woman ran away, the man who was about to fight back also turned around and ran away. His mind was finally clear, but the situation in the house was not clear. He did not know how many people were in the house. Now that he was alone, he did not know what to do, so he might as well run away. As soon as the two people who blocked the door ran away, some of the cats in the house ran out as well. Enchanting did not chase after them, nor did he run away immediately. He squatted down and thought for a while. It was getting late. According to his usual habit, he should go home. If he was late, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma would have a problem with it. They were afraid that something would happen to Enchanting again. But now, there were bloodstains on the ground. Even if he closed the door, the Jiao Wei and the others would probably be shocked the next time they came. No one would know what had happened. If they really wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find anything after a long time. It would be too late to take preventive measures. Today was Thursday. There were still 3 or 4 days until the next time they came. No one knew if there would be more thieves in the next 3 or 4 days. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. The things left here were not worth much, but that was only relatively speaking. Even if they could only be sold for a few thousand yuan, the thieves would still remember them. Most of the people who played this game were probably not short of money. People like the Jiao Wei were in the minority. However, those people had spent a lot of effort to tidy up the place. If they messed up and lost some parts, they would definitely be unhappy. Should he remind them, or should he just stay out of it? He could just walk away. The people here knew that although there were not many cats living here, there were many cats around. They would not think that it was Enchanting. Besides, there were thieves here, not the cats. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame the thieves, not the cats. Enchanting did not want to be nosy, but if he could make those people thank him this time, even if he damaged their cars in the future, they would not be angry, right? Instead of thinking about asking for help, it was better to let people owe him a favor. This was the conclusion that Enchanting came to after meeting some people and experiencing some things. For people like He Tao and Yi Hao, if you asked them for help, even if you took out some benefits in exchange, they would at most satisfy your request temporarily. However, it was different to let them owe you a favor. That was a long-term investment. After making the decision, Enchanting put the cars and remote control that he had just played with back to their original places, and then walked to the side of the circular track. In order to set off the atmosphere, there were some small flags in the inner and outer circles of the circular track. There were flags in red, yellow, white, black, and blue. There were also pictures and words drawn by those people on them. Enchanting pulled out some of the small flags and threw them on the ground. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to pull out just one. Grabbing the small white flag with the words on it, he rubbed the sharp end of the flag in the blood that had not yet coagulated. Then, Enchanting carefully held the clean flagpole in his mouth and ran out. The sheriff ran out after him, but after just a few steps, he could not see Enchanting's shadow. He wagged his tail and turned back to have fun. Anyway, there were still a few cats inside, so he could continue to play for a while. Zheng Tan ran to Jiao Wei's shop with the small flag stained with blood in his mouth. During this period of time, Jiao Wei's small restaurant had been doing well. Jiao Wei would help there at night and not return until after 10 o'clock. At this time, Jiao Wei was helping to wipe the table. The last group of people had just finished eating and left. While he was wiping the table, a figure suddenly rushed over and jumped onto the table, leaving a few footprints. Zheng Tan put the small white flag in front of Jiao Wei, wondering if this kid could tell the origin of the small white flag. Jiao Wei looked at the small flag in front of him and was stunned. After noticing the words and blood on it, he looked at Zheng Tan, then looked at the small flag. He lifted Zheng Tan up to check and found that he was not injured. Whose blood is this? No, wait, isn't the flag in the house over there? The words on the small flags were written when they were joking. There were signatures and competition records, and this small flag was the competition result from last Monday's performance test. Of course, Jiao Wei could recognize it. After asking the question, Jiao Wei remembered that it was just a cat in front of him. He did not say anything else and immediately used the shop's phone to call someone. Are you sure you locked the door? Oh. It's okay. I'm just asking. After hanging up the phone, Jiao Wei said goodbye to his parents and rode his second-hand bicycle to the old tile-roofed house. Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the table, watched Jiao Wei leave and cursed in his heart. He actually left the hero behind and ran away by himself. He then jumped off the table. He did not go straight home. He planned to go to the old tile-roofed house to see what was going on. The reward for reporting the news had not been decided yet. When Zheng Tan arrived, Jiao Wei had just finished calling a few people and was walking over. There was an IC card public telephone on the side of the road in the old tile-roofed house area. Jiao Wei made the call there. Those who received the call, regardless of whether they were playing games, flirting with girls, or sleeping, immediately dropped what they were doing and ran over as soon as they heard that the sports car's door had been broken open. They also notified those who could not be contacted. As for the old tile-roofed house, Zheng Tan did not see the sheriff when he arrived. He guessed that the sheriff had gone home. The remaining cats probably ran away after seeing Jiao Wei, so the house was now empty. The lights were on, and the blood had dried. However, the bloody wrench and the stool at the door were still there. Jiao Wei did not touch them. When the others rushed over, they immediately saw the wrench and the stool at the door. F***CK. Was there a fight here? There's blood. Jiao Wei, are you hurt? Someone asked. It's okay. It's not mine. It was like this when I came. Jiao Wei briefly explained the situation when he came over. The door lock was broken open. Although it's not obvious, there are some scratches, another person standing at the door said. Zheng Tan quietly squatted by the side, listening to their discussion. When Jiao Wei told them about how he had carried the flag, a few people gathered in front of Zheng Tan, praising him and asking him questions. However, Zheng Tan maintained a blank expression, pretending that he did not know anything and did not understand what they were saying. He looked no different from the other cats. He finally made up his mind. As long as these people did not deny his contribution, it was fine. Forget it. We can't get anything out of a cat. It's already good enough that it tipped off Jiao Wei, that Brother Cheng said. The person next to him nodded. That's true. F***CK, if I find out who broke open the door, I'll beat him to death. I didn't expect this place to be remembered. Tisk, people nowadays are willing to do anything for a little bit of profit. But our school is so good, ability and character are not proportional. No matter how angry they were, they still had a lot of things to do. They tidied up the things on the ground, checked what was missing, and changed the door lock. When they were done, they realized that it was already 11 o'clock. F***CK. It's already 11 o'clock and the dormitory is closed. We'll be criticized by the building manager again. Do you close at 11 o'clock? We close at 11:30. That's because you're a master's dormitory. Our undergraduate dormitory closes at 11 o'clock. Brother Cheng, you have to help us this time. Otherwise, the old guard will nag for a week. Why do you need Brother Cheng to help? Jiao Wei was a little confused. The person who spoke just now was in the same school as Jiao Wei, in the same dormitory building, but he was in his 3rd year. He's just trying to show off his face. He'll treat people according to their preferences, someone at the side interrupted. We can't afford to offend the building manager. He looks like an ordinary old man, but he might be a relative of some school leader. In the past, a student in our building quarreled with the building manager. He thought that the building manager was just a stinky old man in charge of guarding the door, a low-class employee. He didn't expect to be called by the counselor for a talk the next day. Later, we found out that the old man's son is from the school administration building. I heard that he has some power. Chapter 134. Because of the incident with the thief, the people who played with car models had a much better impression of Jingtan, and their tolerance for him had also increased a lot. Someone even made a simple 1/8 scale car for Jingtan to play with. But for many things, after the novelty wore off, one would get tired of it. Jingtan didn't like to let others control him, and when he was surrounded, Jingtan felt like he was a monkey in a circus, squatting on a model car and waiting for those people to control the remote control to make the car run. After playing with it a few times, Jingtan stopped squatting on the car and didn't feel as excited as when he first saw the toy car. So every time when it was time to go, he would stand by the window and watch those people play with the car, take a nap, and imagine his own small car. Jingtan himself knew very well that the car thing was just a fantasy, and it was impossible to have a special car that belonged to him. After all, he was just a cat now. Who would spend so much effort and money to make a car for a cat? And even if he spent money on a cat car, he might not be able to use it, and it would be a waste of money. Even if these students were grateful for Jingtan's warning, they would only allow Jingtan to play with the car. After yawning, Jingtan was ready to change his lying position, but when he turned his head, he saw someone standing not far away from the bush. It was an acquaintance. Jingtan thought that he was very alert, but just now, he didn't notice Tong Qing standing there at all. This person's presence was really weak, and because of this, he couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Fang Xiaokong's driver. When did Tong Qing come? How long has he been here? Or has this guy been watching here for a long time? Looking around, Jingtan didn't see the car with 4 laps, nor did he see Fang Xiaokong. While he was thinking, someone in the old tile-roofed house called Jingtan over to play with the car, which distracted Jingtan. When he looked back out of the window again, Tong Qing was no longer there. Puzzled, Jingtan didn't stay there for long. He jumped out of the window and ran toward the east courtyard. When he passed by the guard, Jingtan deliberately slowed down to let the guard see him. If Fang Xiaokong had been here, the guard would definitely say something. Not only Jingtan, but also Huang, the sheriff, Sahara, and other pets passed by the door. When the guard saw them, he would say a word or two or call their names. He was probably lonely here and had no one to talk to. Whether it was the security guards or the building managers, they all had sharp eyes and good memories. They would remember who had come and who they were looking for after just one visit. Therefore, as soon as the security guard saw Fang Xiaokong's car, he knew that he was looking for Teacher Jiao's house in Block B. In the rest area, a student wearing the G Institute 04 uniform took 2 sips of mineral water and said to the person next to him, "In middle school, I always liked to wear the uniform of my idol in the NBA. Now, I always like to wear the stupid uniform with my name and school printed on it. I even get a little excited wearing it." As he said this, he shouted to the court, "Boys from the School of Economic Management, beat the School of Economic Management." The School of Economic Management standing on the opposite side of the court glared at them. The guy who shouted became more and more cocky. No matter what, the girls on the opposite side were looking over, right? Just as Jingtan and the boys from the School of Economic Management were looking at the girls together, in an office on a certain floor of the Department of Engineering, Qingzhong looked at a contract in front of him and felt a little conflicted. It was very common for graduate students to take on private jobs. Although graduate supervisors always hoped that their students would devote all their time and energy to their projects, with their meager salary and state subsidies, they couldn't even afford to buy a bag for their girlfriends. Therefore, those who could afford to take on private jobs would do so. Qingzhong started taking on private jobs when he was an undergraduate. He wasn't afraid of being criticized by his supervisors. After all, the supervisors knew in their hearts and just pretended not to know anything. At this moment, the contract in front of Qingzhong was very attractive, but this job was a little puzzling. Mr. Fong, I've never done this kind of car model before. It's okay. I believe in your ability. I've seen all the jobs you've taken in the past. They're very good. But this model. According to the information, it was bigger than an ordinary 1/8-scale car model. It was not suitable for children. Who was this for? Qingzhong didn't understand, but the other party didn't want to reveal too much. Fang Xiaokong knocked on the table. I don't need you to answer me right away. I'll give you time to think. Qingzhong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Seeing that the other party didn't do anything else, he considered his words and prepared to send him off. Then tomorrow, okay, time's up. Have you thought about it? What's your answer? Fang Xiaokong looked away from his watch and looked at Qingzhong seriously, waiting for his decision. Qingzhong. So, was this person's first sentence a fart? Moreover, Fang Xiaokong's serious expression that said I'm not joking made Qingzhong feel as if he was suffocating halfway through his exhalation. From the moment Fang Xiaokong said, I'll give you time to consider, to the moment he said, time's up, the interval between these two sentences was only 15 seconds. 15 seconds to think my A*S. This kind of unruly approach made Qingzhong feel helpless. He wiped his forehead with his fingers. If he didn't know that the person in front of him was a big shot, someone that even his own teacher had to give face, Qingzhong really wanted to go up and slap him. As if he knew what Qingzhong was thinking at the moment, Fang Xiaokong explained slowly, in the business world, there's a saying called the 15-second war, in the advertising war. 15 seconds is the most common version of advertising. In a limited 15 seconds, you can forge an unlimited amount of influence. 15 seconds is enough for a person to calm down from anger and adjust their emotions. In marketing, an excellent salesperson can make a customer fall for it in 10 seconds. Now, I believe that with your brain, 15 seconds is enough for you to make a decision. Qingzhong picked up the contract in front of him and read it again. He quickly flipped through the materials and said, okay, I'll take this. Since he decided to take this job, Qingzhong raised a few questions, and Fang Xiaokong answered them one by one. As for why Fang Xiaokong looked for Qingzhong, it was mainly because this kid had been in contact with car models for a long time. In terms of theory and practical knowledge, he wasn't inferior to some so-called experts. Plus, he was close enough to the East Side courtyard, so if there was a problem with the car, it would be easy to find someone. Zheng Tan didn't know what Fang Xiaokong was doing. He had already left the basketball court and was outside Jiao Yuan's school. Standing on the wall and looking around, Zheng Tan found that some of the paper on the windows had been torn off. Now that the temperature had dropped, many people wanted to bask in the sun, so there was no need to cover the windows with paper. This way, Zheng Tan could see the general situation in the classroom from the wall. It was a pity that Fu Lei was no longer sitting by the window. Perhaps it was because of his achievements in the sports competition and because he got along well with Jiao Yuan and the others. The homeroom teacher also took care of him a little and moved him forward by 2 rows. He was in the middle group. Since he didn't know anyone by the window, Zheng Tan didn't go to the window sill. He stood on the wall and continued to walk forward. After passing by the school gate, he walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at a small neighborhood. It was a very ordinary neighborhood. There were many neighborhoods like this in the neighborhood. Originally, Jingtan didn't plan to stop here, but he couldn't stand the constant meow 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 calls from below. Hey, where are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. You're not from around here, are you? A 17 or 18-year-old student wearing the 20th high school uniform said to Jingtan. Don't bother if he's not a girl. Jingtan glanced at him and turned to leave. Pa. Not far away, a window on the first floor of a building was forcefully pulled open. A woman with a taut face stuck her head out and looked over. She shouted in a thick local dialect. If you have nothing to do, do more test questions. What time is it now? Why aren't you nervous? Learn from your brother. Don't play with cats all day. I think your IQ is almost as low as a cat's. Chapter 135. After shouting, the woman poured out a cup of cold tea and slammed the window shut. Jingtan turned his attention back to the student who had been criticized as having the IQ of a cat. From the looks of it, he seemed to be immune to such words. There was no change in his expression after hearing it, and there was not much fluctuation in his eyes either. Clearly, this was not the first time this had happened. The student pulled a dry straw from the corner of the wall and prepared to play with the cat. Jingtan did not plan to pay attention to him. He lifted his foot and continued to walk forward, looking at the surrounding terrain and buildings. After taking a few turns, Jingtan's ears twitched. He heard some construction sounds coming from the construction site. Looking in the direction of the sound, Jingtan could only see the arm of a crane peeking out from between two buildings. There were too many buildings around and too many people. Jingtan could not find a good vantage point to observe the construction. Why did that place feel familiar? He could not remember where it was. Jingtan was strolling in a new area. His sense of direction was a bit blurry, so he did not think too much about it. After strolling for a while, he went back along the road. On the way back, Jingtan passed by the neighborhood again. The student in the high school uniform was talking to another person. He did not know what they were talking about. The honking of the surrounding cars was too disruptive. When the honking stopped, Jingtan walked closer. He heard the person snort in disdain and say, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" The man in the school uniform smiled indifferently. That's not right. How can a swan know the joy of a sparrow? Jingtan squatted on the wall and listened to the two people debate about sparrows and swans. One had a sense of superiority that said, "You don't know how big the world is." The other had a look that said, "This is how I am. What can you do to me?" Listening to their conversation, Jingtan also learned that the person in front of the man in the school uniform was the brother in the Learn from Your Brother. Both of them were in the third year of high school. They were in the same school, but it was not the provincial Key High School of Tsinghua University. It was just a normal high school that was relatively close to here. Not to mention who was right and who was wrong, and who was in the right, Jingtan could only sigh after listening to their conversation. They were indeed in the third year of high school. They were fluent in classical Chinese. Sometimes, 3 idioms would pop out in one sentence. It was very difficult for a poor student like Jingtan to listen to. After a few minutes, the brother impatiently left. The man in the school uniform stood in place for a while. When he turned his head to look outside the neighborhood, he saw Jingtan squatting on the wall. "Hey, you're here again?" The man, who had been expressionless just now, immediately smiled. He picked up the withered straw that had been thrown aside and prepared to play with the cat again. Unfortunately, Jingtan did not want to play with him. He lifted his feet and went home. Everything in Tsinghua University was still the same. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, when Jingtan was on his way back, he heard a middle-aged couple in a shop outside the university talking about the reconstruction of the abandoned project into a commercial plaza. Compared to the Central Plaza and other large commercial plazas, this new plaza was definitely smaller. However, there were many schools around it. Other than Chuhua University, there were other schools. It was easier to earn money from students. Some of the vendors had already started to discuss countermeasures. Other than that, it seemed like they were going to build housing. The couple did not know much about it, so Jingtan only had a rough idea of what was going on. No wonder he felt that the construction site was familiar. It turned out that it was that place. He had heard Celestine mention it a while ago. It seemed like Yi Hao had achieved his goal. It was good that it was built. There would be another place to play. However, he did not know how many years it would take to build it. He hoped that Yi Hao would be more efficient. The next day, Jingtan still walked along the same road as yesterday. When he arrived at the residential area, he saw the man in the school uniform from yesterday. This guy seemed to be preparing to go out. When he saw Jingtan, he nagged for a while. He seemed to be in a hurry and did not say much. The man in the school uniform was not wearing his school uniform today. He had changed into a casual and cheap sportswear. When he walked out of the residential area, the woman shouted a few times from the window. It was nothing more than a few words that scolded the man for not doing his job and only knowing how to play all day. Because she saw Jingtan again, the woman looked down on the cat's IQ again. Just as he walked out of the residential area, the man in the school uniform bumped into a familiar person. He should be a neighbor. Zhong Yan, did you have a month off? How was the monthly exam this time? The man asked. Just as so, Zhong Yan said helplessly. Sigh, you really need to learn from your brother. Yesterday, I heard that your brother did test questions until 11 at night before going to bed. This time, he will probably be in the top 10 of the class again. The man blabbered on for a while. Zhong Yan's expression did not change. After listening to half of it, he made an excuse and left. When he left, Jingtan saw the man shaking his head at Zhong Yan's back. He sighed as if he was saying, "This child is really unteachable." Jingtan looked at the kid named Zhong Yan who was gradually walking away. He moved the tip of his tail, thought for a while, and followed him. He wanted to see where the kid was going to play. When they passed by an alley, Zhong Yan bought some wine from a shop at the entrance of the alley and walked into the alley. The alley was relatively old. Jingtan had seen it when he passed by here yesterday, but he did not go in to take a closer look. Now that he followed Zhong Yan through the alley, he realized that the buildings at the other end of the alley had been demolished. Standing at the exit of the alley, Jingtan could see the construction site not far away. It was not an abandoned construction site. It was an old building area that had just been demolished. It seemed that the scope of the construction this time was quite large. It was a big project. No wonder Yi Hao had done so much preparation. After Zhong Yan left the alley, he looked around and then walked in a direction. This area was not surrounded by building boards. Zhong Yan's destination was a temporary duty room. There were a few people gathered there, surrounded by smoke. Smoking was prohibited on the construction site. This duty room was one of the few temporary smoking places. Many of the people smoking in the duty room knew Zhong Yan. When they saw the wine in Zhong Yan's hand, their smiles deepened. Although they could not drink now, it was not bad to have a few sips during dinner. Zhong Yan entered the duty room for a short while. He walked out of the construction site with a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat. Jingtan stood at the entrance of the alley and looked over there. The man in the hard hat looked around and pointed at Jingtan's direction. He then walked over with Zhong Yan. Jingtan jumped onto a short building that was not demolished. He watched the two walk over. This cat followed you here, right? The man took off his hard hat, pointed at Jingtan and said to Zhong Yan. Hey, Brother Ning, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. I saw this cat for the first time yesterday. I don't know whose it is. It is quite bold and not afraid of people. Zhong Yan looked at the black cat on the short building and said. Brother Ning just smiled and shook his head. He did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he asked, how was your monthly exam? Not bad. Zhong Yan answered. Compared to the resident of the community, Zhong Yan seemed to be more sincere when he answered. What do you want to do this time? Brother Ning asked. I really can't hide anything from you. Zhong Yan scratched his hair and said, winter vacation is in a month. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I want to find some work to earn some living expenses. Brother Ning, are you short of people at the construction site? Hearing Zhong Yan's words, Brother Ning frowned. Why do you want to work here? Does your mother not give you living expenses? Even if she is biased, she should not be so biased. She doesn't like her own son, but fawns on other people's children. Zhong Yan rubbed his palms again and did not say anything. Well, you'd better put more energy on your studies. Next year, you can get into a good university. Don't be like us. As for the construction site, during the spring festival, some people must go home. There is still some work here that can't be stopped. If you are not afraid of hard work, you can have a try. They are all simple coolies. I don't have the ability to arrange other things. Thank you, Brother Ning. Zhong Yan was very happy. Don't mention it. Don't worry about the construction site. There must be work. But the most important thing for you is to get into a university. People like us who have a junior high school education can't wait to envy you. Brother Ning, aren't you doing well now? In the past 2 years, you have bought a house and a car. You also have a wife and children. Although Brother Ning and the others were not knowledgeable, skills could not be learned well from books. Brother Ning and the others had been in this line for several years. They had become familiar with it and made some money. You don't understand. Even if we have money, those people in the society still look at us with contempt. Although they are very polite in front of us, they may belittle us in their hearts. I have heard a lot of words like vulgar, shallow, country bumpkin, nouveau riche. I used to tell myself that those people were jealous, but there are too many people like that. We can't deceive ourselves. While speaking, Brother Ning found that Zhong Yan lowered his head. He felt that he probably put too much pressure on this child. So he changed the topic and said, but our boss used to tell us that some people's intelligence only comes from books, but some people's intelligence can penetrate into society. Now it's hard to say who will live better in the future. Everyone has his own evaluation standard. We just need to live our own life. Times are progressing. As long as we uneducated people live better than those intellectuals, we will be satisfied. Little Zhong, even if you are not good at studying, you have a good brain. You will definitely be better than us in the future. Zhong Yan did not refute, nor did he explain anything. Instead, he asked, Brother Ning, does your boss have any taboos? I will pay more attention at that time. Taboos? It should be nothing. You know that we have been in the underworld. Oh, I remember. I heard that our boss doesn't like cats, especially black ones. But our boss doesn't come here often, and you can't bring the cat into the construction site. It should be nothing. You just need to know. After talking for a while, Brother Ning stood up, patted the dust on his pants, and walked towards the construction site. Watching Brother Ning leave, Zhong Yan said to the black cat lying there, alas, I really envy you cats. They eat, sleep, and eat. They don't have to worry about anything. Chapter 136. The reason why Zhong Yan liked cats could be traced back to when he first moved here. A single-parent family formed a new home with another single-parent family, but Zhong Yan didn't have any sense of belonging to this new home. That age was the rebellious period where metaphysical, psychological activities and physical activities coexisted. Zheng Tan didn't know what Zhong Yan had encountered. Every family had its own difficulties, and Zhong Yan didn't go into detail. However, Zheng Tan could guess from Zhong Yan's words and expressions that it was definitely not a good memory. At that time, Zhong Yan, who had just quarreled with his mother, ran out of the building and stayed in the corner of the neighborhood wall to vent his anger. The slanted sunlight made the wall cast a black shadow on the ground. Zhong Yan hid in the shadow of the corner of the wall. He was only one step away from the sunlight, but he still didn't want to take half a step. The more Zhong Yan thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He wiped his red eyes and suddenly found the outline of a cat in the shadow of the wall. Turning his head to look, the glaring backlight made Zhong Yan dazed for a moment. Standing on the narrow wall, the cat looked down at the people under the wall casually, as if nothing could disturb its mood. Raising his hand to block the sunlight, Zhong Yan retreated away from the wall. Looking at it from a different angle, without the glare of the sun, Zhong Yan saw that the cat was looking at him. After looking at each other for 2 seconds, the cat narrowed its eyes, turned its head, and continued to walk forward. When the cat stood in the sunlight and narrowed its eyes, Zhong Yan felt a pleasant warmth surround his body, as if the whole world was smiling. He stood in the same place and watched the cat walk further and further away under the sunlight. When Zhong Yan was in his neighborhood, he always seemed to be wearing a mask. He only showed a little of his true nature when he was playing with the cat. In contrast, Zhengtan could see Zhong Yan's perfunctory attitude when facing his mother and brother. The people around him always liked to compare Zhong Yan with his half-brother. To sum it up in one word, it was pale in comparison. They felt that Zhong Yan couldn't compare to his brother in any way. The human heart is too complicated. You cats don't understand. Actually, I don't understand it either. I just feel helpless. You tell me, every time I grow a pair of wings, they break them. Why do they despise me for not being able to fly high or far? Little kitten, can you understand how I felt when I desperately studied to prove my ability and happily showed my middle school exam results to them, only to be told that I was not allowed to go to Chuhua affiliated high school and had to go to another ordinary high school with my so-called brother? When it came to science, I wanted to choose liberal arts, but the man said that it was not good to study liberal arts. As a well-known physics teacher, he would lose face if he said that, so I was called a science student. So, later on, I thought, why should I be in such a hurry to prove myself? What was the point of letting himself fall and bleed? Sometimes, being too outstanding might not be a good thing. With that said, Zhong Yan picked up a small stone next to him, looked at Jing Tan, and asked, "Do you know the speed of the universe?" Jing Tan. Cosmic speed? What the hell was that? It sounded very profound, but it sounded a little familiar. Zhong Yan casually threw the stone in his hand up. The stone drew a parabola in the air and fell to the ground. This speed can only allow it to do this kind of movement. An intercontinental missile can cross thousands to tens of thousands of kilometers and land in another place. An artificial Earth satellite that has reached the first cosmic speed can leave the ground and orbit the Earth. When it reaches the second cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Earth's gravity. When it reaches the third cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Sun's gravity and leave the solar system to enter the wider universe. When it reaches the fourth cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Milky Way's gravity and fly out of the Milky Way. However, before it leaves, it has to consider aerodynamic heating and atmospheric resistance, as well as other factors that may affect the result, to reduce the risk. Zhong Yan was talking to himself, but Jing Tan was a little scared when he heard it. And to talk about the cosmic speed to a cat, Jing Tan felt that the kid in front of him was quite similar to Jiao Pa. And these words obviously implied other meanings, but he didn't know who this guy was alluding to. At the same time, Jing Tan could also tell from these words that Zhong Yan, this kid, was definitely not a pure and harmless person. This kid was very likely hiding his true strength, and he had been hiding it for 3 years. He really could hold it in. Jing Tan couldn't imagine that such a teenage kid had been hiding his true strength since the first day of high school. There were many things that Zhong Yan couldn't let others know. Even Brother Ning, who had helped him many times, didn't know. But when there were too many things to keep in one's heart for too long, one would become crazy. Moreover, Zhong Yan was just a teenage student, not an old fox who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, so he had to find someone to talk to. So, the surrounding cats entered the role of listening. Jing Tan just happened to be one of them. To others, talking to a cat must be a little crazy. No wonder the people in the neighborhood looked at Zhong Yan a little strangely. No wonder his mother was always hostile to cats. Zhong Yan had obviously been holding it in for a long time, and Jingtan wasn't like other cats who would run away or fall asleep after listening for a while. So, the more Zhong Yan talked, the more he talked, from escape speed to future plans, from the doctrine of the mean, to adapt to the situation, to the pleasure of being a dark horse in the college entrance examination. Don't talk about the 3 years of high school. After all these years of studying, no matter how much effort you put in, the final evaluation is the result of the college entrance examination. If you do well, it means that you worked hard. If you are smart, you will understand in the future. If you don't do well, you are a failure. I have to thank them that they don't like to add a subject when they talk to me, so I pretend that I didn't hear those harsh words. Anyway, they didn't add a subject, and they didn't mention me by name. Jingtan pulled his ears. The contents of the subject, the verb, the object, and the condition were all returned to him by the teacher. Now, Jingtan only knew the general meaning of the subject, and understood a little of the feelings that Zhong Yan was trying to express. As for Zhong Yan, to put it nicely, this guy didn't forget to find opportunities to step on others when he was wearing the skin of the doctrine of the mean. Just now, Zhong Yan talked about using hydrogen peroxide, potassium iodide, and detergent to punish his half-brother. In the end, no one put the suspect on him. This guy was perverted, thick-skinned, and shameless enough. Maybe it was because of his past experience that Zhong Yan's temperament became what it was today. This guy obviously wanted to leave his current family. What about after the college entrance examination? What about his future plans? He probably had his own arrangements. Whether the plan was mature or not, Jingtan just admired this guy's endurance. People like this always made people afraid. In the future, when he grew up, who knew what he would become? After sharing his secret, Zhong Yan picked up the pebble by his feet and threw it into the distance with all his might. The stone left Zhong Yan's hand and drew a long parabola in the air before landing behind a temporary worker's house. F***CK, who the F***CK threw it? Zhong Yan turned and ran when he heard the voice. After running 2 steps, he stopped and looked at Jingtan. Run! Jingtan only heard the noise over there. Seeing Zhong Yan's nervous look, he knew that he probably hit someone not to be trifled with. He got up and ran out of the alley with Zhong Yan. He really didn't know if this guy's luck was good or bad. Even like this, he could hit a hot-tempered person in charge of the construction site. After running out of the alley, Zhong Yan leaned against a telephone pole and panted. He looked at the black cat that was looking left and right and said, "That person has a bad temper." I heard that he was somewhat famous in the underworld. Sigh, my luck is really bad. I didn't expect to hit that guy. Fortunately, I wasn't caught. Otherwise, my plan to come work during the winter break would be ruined. After resting for a while, Zhong Yan patted the dust off his clothes, looked at the sky, and walked towards the neighborhood where his family lived. Jingtan jumped onto the wall. It was time to go home for dinner. I really envy you cats. Zhong Yan slowly moved his feet. He was very reluctant to go home. Was it good to be a cat? If Jingtan could speak, he would definitely tell Zhong Yan his personal experience. People always thought that cats could entertain themselves. They could play with their own tails and claws for half a day like schizophrenics. They always seemed to be carefree. However, many people didn't know that cats also had worries. Cats could be anxious and anxious. It was just that many people couldn't see it. After dinner, the Jiaopa answered a phone call. He then said to Jingtan, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, "Black charcoal, come here. Mr. Fong has something to say to you." Jingtan was watching a soap opera with the Jiao Ma. Today, it happened to be about 2 single-parent families. It was rare that he didn't fall asleep. On the TV, the child was crying hysterically because he was scolded. His nose was almost flowing to his mouth. When he cried, he even spat out a bubble. Zheng Tan wondered if Zhong Yan was like this when he heard the Jiao Pa's call. Third Master Fang? Why would he call at this time? Since the last time he saw Tong Qing, Zheng Tan hadn't heard any news about Fang Xiaokong for a while. The Jiao Pa pressed the speaker. Zheng Tan jumped onto the table, squatted next to the phone, and raised his paw to make a sound to let the other party know that he was listening. Black Charcoal, I've been busy recently. I didn't have time to take care of you. I'll give you a surprise later. However, you have to do me a favor. One day before New Year's Eve. You have to make some preparations then. The third Master Fang's words were half for Zheng Tan and half for the Jiao Pa. The so-called preparation was to inform the Jiao family. It wouldn't be too abrupt when the time came. Zheng Tan's attention was attracted by the surprise that Fang Xiaokong mentioned. With Fang Xiaokong's personality, this surprise would definitely not be ordinary. Before Zheng Tan and the Jiao Pa could react, the other party hurriedly hung up the phone. The third Master Fang did seem to be very busy recently. Chapter 137. It was January, and the calendar in the living room had been changed to a new one. According to the Gregorian calendar, a year had already passed. In the past year, Zheng Tan had experienced a lot and met a lot of people. His mood had been fluctuating, but when he thought about it carefully, he still dozed off most of the time. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was now a cat. After yawning and stretching, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree. It was winter break again. Some of the primary and secondary school students had gone home for the holidays. Little Pomelo was at home doing her winter homework, and Jiao Yuan ran out to play. This year, he was going back to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's hometown. Last year, because of Jiao Ma's injury, he stayed in Chuhua City to celebrate Chinese New Year. According to Jiao Yuan, celebrating Chinese New Year in Chuhua City didn't feel like the Chinese New Year. Zheng Tan didn't know what the so-called more Chinese New Year meant. He was looking forward to driving to that small town to celebrate the Chinese New Year. He wondered what the little guy he saved from the human traffickers looked like. TSK, forget it. It's better not to meet him. A naughty kid will be a naughty kid. As he thought about it, Zheng Tan looked at the courtyard. De Pang was taken to visit relatives. Huang and the sheriff were staring at a xingniao. Not far away, a gray magpie was jumping. Huang and the sheriff ignored it. They probably thought that xingniao was rare, so they changed their target to this bird with a long beak. As for gray magpies, who knew how many of them were caught throughout the year? Many birds in the school were harmed by them. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in catching birds. After thinking about it, he decided to take a walk around the construction site. He would just treat it as an after-lunch stroll. Originally, he could have taken a shortcut and taken the other side door, which was the one he had taken with peanut candy. However, Zheng Tan thought about it and decided to take the road to Jiao Yuan's school. Although it was a long detour, Zheng Tan wanted to see how Zhong Yan was doing. During this period of time, Zheng Tan often went there, but he didn't meet Zhong Yan. The third year of high school had a tight schedule. Other than the monthly holidays set by their school, Zheng Tan left home early in the morning and returned home after evening self-study. During these 2 periods, Zheng Tan stayed in the Jiao family and didn't go out. It was difficult for him to meet Zhong Yan. But that kid should be on vacation now. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather and lack of sunshine, but there were fewer cats outside. Zheng Tan walked on the wall and didn't see many cats. Jiao Yuan's school was much quieter. Walking past the middle school, Zheng Tan arrived at Zhong Yan's neighborhood. He looked at the kid's house, but it seemed like there was no one there. He didn't hear any sound. Forget it. If I can't touch him, I won't touch him. After Zheng Tan left the neighborhood, he walked along the alley to the construction site. In 2 or 3 weeks, there were obvious changes in the area. Although the building wasn't built yet, it wasn't like before where there were signs of demolition and debris everywhere. Blue construction boards were also erected. Zheng Tan looked at the advertising billboards next to him. There was the name of Yi Hao's company on it, but Zheng Tan's main purpose wasn't to look at the company's name. He wanted to find a suitable place to observe from afar, but after looking around, he didn't find a suitable spot. Last time, a suitable billboard had been moved, and today, he couldn't find a replacement. The construction site was definitely not a safe place for cats, and they might be caught by the workers to drink with them. However, Zheng Tan didn't have too many scruples. If any of them came over, Zheng Tan wouldn't mind making a big deal out of it. Anyway, Yi Hao would only punish that worker if he wanted to punish them. Zheng Tan knew that he had a backer, so he dared to come to the construction site so blatantly. Of course, Zheng Tan didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to see how this place developed step by step. Just like what the Jiao Pa said, seeing new things often made memories more meaningful, and time would slow down. Moreover, this place had been designated by Zheng Tan as his own territory. He had nothing to do anyway, so he came over to take a look from time to time. Just as he was thinking about where to observe the progress of the construction site, Zheng Tan suddenly heard someone shouting, "Zhong Yan," with a bit of a foreign dialect. Zheng Tan wasn't very sure, but he still decided to take a look. If Zhong Yan had finished his exams and was on vacation, he should have come to the construction site to work. Next to the blue construction boards was a large truck that was used to transport stone and soil. Zheng Tan jumped on the roof of the truck and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a temporary rest house built over there, and several people were eating with boxed lunches, including Zhong Yan. The guy was wearing the same work clothes as the others, with a hard hat. He was dirty all over, sitting on a stone and eating his lunch quickly. Occasionally, he would say a few words to the few people next to him. Brother Ning was also next to him. With his care, the others wouldn't bully Zhong Yan, a newcomer. Zhong Yan's mouth was stuffed with food, and it didn't taste good. If one looked carefully, there was a little dust in the food. This was the case on the construction site. No matter how clean the food was, it would be dusty after a while. Today, the wind was still a little strong, and this situation was even more serious. Things had just been moved in the rest house, so there were suspended particles everywhere, which was worse than outside. Zheng Tan put his head into the plastic cup to drink some water, and observed the layout of the temporary resting place. There was nothing special, but the surrounding air was really bad, and everywhere was gray. "Hey, isn't this the cat that looks like a supervisor?" Several people sitting in the room said after seeing Zheng Tan. Although they felt that it was a waste for Zhong Yan to pour water from the water dispenser to a cat, they would not say anything because Zhong Yan was protected by Brother Ning. These were all small things, and there was no need to care about them. A person who had not finished his meal threw a fish tail in the bowl over, but Zheng Tan did not even look at the fish tail. "Hey, this cat doesn't even eat fish? It must be a pet given by a human. It will eat it after a few meals. Raising such a cat is really wasteful." A person next to them interrupted. "Little Zhong, does this cat belong to you?" Someone asked. "No, it belongs to my neighbor." Zhong Yan did not say too much. In fact, he did not know where the cat came from either. While they were talking, a person came in from outside with a big plastic pot in his hand. However, the words printed on his work uniform were different from Zhong Yan's. "Workerly, we don't have much water here. The water delivery person will come in the afternoon. You can only receive 1/3 of the water at most." Brother Ning accompanied him in and said. This workerly was about 40 years old. He was not in the same area as Zhong Yan, so he was not under Brother Ning's charge. He was not afraid of Brother Ning, and often looked down on others because he was older and had some people above him. As soon as workerly entered the room, he saw Zhong Yan holding a disposable plastic cup and giving water to a cat. He immediately started to talk. "You are giving a stupid cat pure water from the water dispenser? Didn't you say that the water was running out and it was short of water? I see that you have quite a lot in stock. If so, I won't be polite. Also, is this cat to go with the wine? It just so happens that some of our people are hungry again recently. Remember to tell us when you want to kill the cat. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Workerly went to the water dispenser and started to fill the big jug with water. If he did that, the people here would be thirsty later. Brother Ning hurried over to stop him. What? Workerly, I can't compare to a cat. Do you think I am a beggar with such little water? Little Ning, I don't mean to criticize you. Workerly was getting more and more excited. He scolded Brother Ning in front of so many people in his area. Obviously, he did not give Brother Ning any face. However, Brother Ning was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would rush forward with a steel pipe no matter what the situation was. He stopped Zhong Yan, who was about to explain, and several others who looked angry and were about to speak. He knew Engineer Li. If Zhong Yan and others spoke, it would definitely have the opposite effect. Brother Ning took a deep breath and was about to defend himself. He had no choice. The bastard had someone above him. Although he also had someone above him, otherwise he would not be the person in charge of this area. But if the situation was not serious, there was no need to go to the top. Before Brother Ning opened his mouth, someone outside called Brother Ning's name. Hearing this person's voice, Brother Ning and Worker Li's expressions changed. Worker Li did not even take the water. He immediately put the jug aside, tidied up his clothes, patted the dust off his body, and went out with a humble smile on his face. Before Brother Ning went out, he made a gesture to several people. Some of the people who followed Brother Ning in this area were old acquaintances. They knew the meaning of Brother Ning's gesture. The people who were angry just now and looked like they would rush up and start a fight the next moment changed their attitude instantly. Zhong Yan, who had only worked here for a few days, was a little confused. The people next to him whispered to him that a big shot was coming and he should behave himself. Little Zhong, the cat. Someone reminded him in a low voice. Was it the boss that Brother Ning mentioned? Thinking of Brother Ning's words, little Zhong was anxious and was about to put the cat into the cardboard box in the corner. Zheng Tan avoided Zhong Yan's outstretched hand and came to the back of the square table made of wood in the middle. Zhong Yan wanted to go over again, but it was too late. The people outside came in. The person who came in first was also in his 40s. He said a few words to the people next to him and asked about the recent progress here. Judging from the voice, it was this person who called Brother Ning's name just now. Is this the big shot? He seemed to be easy to talk to. Little Zhong was a little nervous. He knew that he could not judge a person by his appearance. The first impression was not everything. He only hoped that this person would leave as soon as he saw him. Unfortunately, things were different from what little Zhong thought. The people outside all came in. Brother Ning was not as strong as before. Worker Li also put away his arrogant look and was a little respectful and careful. And the person who was surrounded in the middle was the boss that Brother Ning once mentioned to Zhong Yan. When Zhong Yan saw this boss, his first impression was that this person was not easy to deal with. Although he wore a faint smile and looked gentle, Zhong Yan had an intuition that this person was a tough nut to crack. What should I do? Zhong Yan stood on the side and lowered his head, trying to block the cat behind the table. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan did not cooperate with him and jumped directly on the table. Zheng Tan heard the voice outside just now. Although Ranqi only said one sentence, Zheng Tan still recognized him. Ranqi had always been avoiding cats, but Zheng Tan knew that even if this person was afraid of cats, he would not do anything to him. Seeing the black cat jump on the table in the middle, not only Zhong Yan, but also Brother Ning and several other construction site workers wanted to spit out blood. Damn, this cat is too good at causing trouble. Brother Ning regretted that he allowed Zhong Yan to bring the cat in just now. At this time, Worker Li seized the opportunity to make fun of Brother Ning. He said sarcastically, "Oh, there is a black cat here. By the way, I just saw that the people here were feeding it the purified water from the water dispenser. Don't you think it is a waste?" Ranqi, who had just stepped into the door with a faint smile on his face, saw the black cat squatting on the table, and his face cracked. They looked at each other speechlessly and could only cry. This sentence was somewhat appropriate for the situation. He was not moved, but angry and regretful. Leopard, who knew a little about the cat, could tell that the cat was not in a good mood. He glanced at the pale-faced engineer Lee and did not say anything. He just asked the surrounding workers to leave. It was time to go to work, and it was not a good idea to squeeze in here. Zhong Yan was also pulled away by Brother Ning. Only a few people who accompanied Ranqi were left in the room, as well as Brother Ning, who had gone out to make arrangements for the work. The person who led the way told them what had just happened. Brother Ning added a few words. He did not exaggerate and was just telling the truth. Ranqi kept a straight face and sat in the seat furthest away from Jingtan. Leopard did not care about it now. Although he used to think that the cat was evil, he did not care about anything else as long as it could help his people. After understanding the whole story, Leopard did not say anything. Ranqi was the main person in charge here. Even if Ranqi did not like cats, he could handle things well. After staying here for a few minutes, Ranqi and Leopard went to check other places. Zheng Tan followed them. After the inspection, Leopard bought Zheng Tan a roast chicken. Zheng Tan only ate a bit of the drumstick. Although Zheng Tan was in a bad mood, a roast chicken was not enough to buy him over. Zheng Tan knew that Ranqi and Leopard would solve the problem. He did not throw a tantrum. Everyone benefited from each other. There was no need to fight over a small matter. Zheng Tan knew this clearly. Leopard sometimes said a few words to Zheng Tan. This was all thanks to Celestine. Celestine had told Yi how, when facing this cat, you have to speak human language. You can't fool it like a pet that doesn't know anything. Ranqi and Leopard were next to him at that time. They also heard this, but one had never practiced it, and the other was practicing it for the first time. Could a cat understand human language? Leopard did not think so before, but now he was hesitant. After eating and drinking, Jing Tan went home to sleep. Ranqi and Leopard, who had finished their inspection at the construction site, also went back to report to Yi Hao what had happened today. That cat is everywhere. Yi Hao rubbed his forehead. 2 days later, Celestine drove Leopard to the eastern courtyard. It was almost New Year's Eve. Although New Year's Eve did not mean much to the people in the city, it gave some people an excuse to solve some interpersonal problems. Leopard was ordered by Yi Hao to come and take a look. With Celestine there, it was more convenient. After all, the Jiao family did not know Leopard. However, when Celestine's car drove into the courtyard, he saw a car parked in front of Building B. The third Master Fong was standing there, proudly saying something. Early in the morning, the Jiao Pa received a call from the third Master Fong, saying that he would come over. Zheng Tan looked at the calendar. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. When Lu Yao saw Zheng Tan, his eyes lit up. Today, his dad told him that the black cat would come over to play with him. Early in the morning, he took out his favorite toy car. It was big enough for 2 cats to run around on it. However, when Tong Qing pulled out the custom-made car from the car, Lu Yao's expression became surprised. He looked at the car, and then looked at the black cat that could not wait to jump into the car. Was this a competition? Zheng Tan did not think too much about it. There were no outsiders on private property, so he could let loose. The usage of the car was actually very simple. Zheng Tan used to play with cars, so even if he was driving a toy car, he could handle it. He put 2 paws on the steering wheel, and the brake was just a button. He did not need to use his legs at all. It was an electric car. After pressing the start button, the car began to run. Zheng Tan controlled the steering wheel and excitedly drove the first exclusive cat car since he turned into a cat. Lu Yao recovered from his surprise and immediately controlled the remote control in his hand to let his toy car catch up. As for Steamed Bun, he ran happily and jumped between the 2 cars. Tong Qing followed behind them, just in case. He had previously doubted that a cat could drive such a car, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a cat. This cat could drive a car on its first try. No, it could drive a car on its first try. It had to be said that this cat was really amazing. However, this cat was special and could not be judged by common sense. As for what Feng Xiaokong said to old Lu about, this cat was trained, it was pure nonsense. Feng Xiaokong and old Lu sat on the side. Someone would take care of the child, so they just had to sit there and watch. At the same time, they would talk about some business. At first, old Lu was a little absent-minded. Most of his attention was on Lu Yao. His heart ached for his son, who was sweating from running. He was worried that his son would fall sick or be tired. However, when he saw Lu Yao laugh, he was relieved. He was very pleased. People always said that they despised naughty children, but in their hearts, they still felt that children at this age should run and jump. They were a little naughty, but they were healthy. On the contrary, children who were too obedient would make people feel uneasy, especially when Lu Yao was silent and gloomy. He did not look like a child at all. Children should be more naive. How could they have such an expression? Now, Lu Yao was running like a normal child. He could run, jump, and laugh. This kind of Lu Yao almost made old Lu cry. Chapter 139. After Lu Yao was tired from running around, he sat down to rest. Naturally, someone came over to bring him water and wipe his sweat. Looking at his son, who was no longer so gloomy and full of energy, old Lu was grinning from ear to ear. In terms of business, it was not easy to get old Lu to relent. Even a powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. This time, Third Master Feng chose a non-violent method. Even a businessman had to repay a debt of gratitude. The conversation between the Third Master Feng and old Lu went much smoother. Zheng Tan had also successfully completed his task. He did not need to do too much research. Looking at the bright smile on the Third Master Feng's face, he knew that he had achieved his goal. Zheng Tan walked around the car and looked at it again. The logo of the car was a cat's head, a black cat's head. There was also a cat's tail drawn on the back of the car. Now, with the addition of Zheng Tan's cat, it was a real cat car. Even though the car was not as flashy as he had imagined, and it was not as exciting as a real car, at most, it was just a special toy car. Zheng Tan could not even drive it on the streets in broad daylight, but at least he had fulfilled one of his dreams. Zheng Tan was very grateful for Third Master Feng's thoughtfulness. After she was done playing, she remembered her mission. She would have to continue playing with Lu Yao. Luckily, this was a simple mission and she did not have to worry too much about it. When the Third Master Feng left with Zheng Tan in the afternoon, Lu Yao seemed to be very reluctant. Old Lu wanted to ask the Third Master Feng to give him the cat for a price, but the Third Master Feng's words seemed to indicate that he did not want to. Therefore, old Lu was thinking about when to buy a cat. However, it had to be a cat that could get along well with steamed bun and make his son happy. It was not easy. Zheng Tan did not care what old Lu was thinking. He was thinking about where to put the cat car if the Third Master Feng really gave him the cat car. Moreover, it was very difficult to carry it up and down. The cat car was not very light. However, before Zheng Tan could make a decision, Tong Qing drove back to Tsinghua University. He didn't drive straight to the East District courtyard. Instead, he drove to the engineering department building. Tong Qing carried the car while Feng Xiaokong brought Zheng Tan to look for Qing Zhong. Only then did Zheng Tan realize that his cat carriage was made by this senior brother Qing. This was good too. If there were any problems with the car, it would be convenient to find someone to solve it. The car still needed to be modified. Today was just a test. Zheng Tan couldn't get the car for the time being. In a few days, the Jiao family would be going back to their hometown. They would have to wait until after the Lunar New Year to get the car. After all, the Lunar New Year was just a few days away. anyway, even if he got the car, he couldn't drive it. He couldn't be too ostentatious. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan calmed down. Over the next few days, Zheng Tan walked around when he had nothing to do. He went to the construction site again and went directly to the area where Zhong Yan was to look for him. This time, not to mention the other workers in the area, even Brother Ning's attitude towards Zheng Tan was very good. He didn't have any objections to Zhong Yan feeding the cat water from the water dispenser. The people at the construction site were busy, but they were also very gossipy. Since the last time, some people often talked about Zheng Tan. Some people said that it was the cat of the boss's boss. Some people said that it was the cat of a big shot that the boss knew. There were many different opinions, but in conclusion, this cat was not to be messed with. These days, a cat could be worth much more than a person. No matter what breed the cat was, if you wanted to beat a cat, you had to look at who it was. And Zhong Yan had also gained a foothold in the construction site by accident. It was said that he had been talked to by the boss, and even his salary had been increased. Although as a temporary worker, his salary was still not as good as the other regular workers, it was much better than before. No one at the construction site came to trouble Zhong Yan. Some people even took the initiative to get close to him, hoping to find out some secrets from him. Unfortunately, they didn't find out anything. Even Zhong Yan himself didn't know what kind of powerful background the black cat had. Zheng Tan was the only cat on the construction site that was openly wandering around. At first, many people were skeptical and opposed. The construction site was not a backyard, and accidents were easy to happen. They looked at the cat as if they were looking at a time bomb. But later, they found that their worries were unnecessary. When they saw Zheng Tan again, the people in charge acted as if they didn't see it. The boss had told them that as long as the cat didn't cause any trouble, it could do whatever it wanted. Grandpa Jiao had been calling to urge Zhang Zian since Lunar New Year's Eve. Unfortunately, the Jiao Pa had something to do and had to stay for a few more days. The last time Zheng Tan went back with the Jiao Pa, they went to the house in the town near their hometown. This time, they went directly to the old house in the village. Grandpa Jiao said that the rooms in the old house had been tidied up, and they could move in as soon as they went back. Grandpa Jiao also emphasized that the cat bed was ready, so there was no need to worry about the cat not having a place to sleep. On the morning of the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the Jiao family took their packed luggage and drove out of the school gate. Jiao Wei's family went home on Lunar New Year's Eve. Business had been good for the past 6 months, and Jiao Wei's parents had planned to buy a house nearby in the next 2 years. They could still see them when they went back to the Jiao Pa's hometown. Not long after they left the school gate, they ran into a red light at the crossroad. On the wide road, 3 cars were parked side by side at the zebra crossing. The cars on the left and right had just driven out of Tsinghua University. Zheng Tan didn't know the people in the cars, so the Jiao Pa said a few words to them. Because the windows of the driver's seats were all open, Zheng Tan could hear the conversation in the cars on both sides. The people in the car on the left were talking about spacetime bending and the Hubble redshift, while the people in the car on the right were talking about the flow mosaic model of cell membranes and the endosymbiotic origin of mitochondria and chloroplasts. Zheng Tan's ears twitched. Forget it, I'll just watch the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo play chess. There was a bit of a traffic jam in the city, but it was much better when they got on the highway. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were playing chess more comfortably. Little Pomelo was a newbie, and she hadn't been playing chess for long. The Jiao Yuan suggested this because he felt bored in the car. To show fairness, the Jiao Yuan gave little Pomelo a rook, a horse, and a cannon each. Jiao Ma sat in the passenger seat, looking back from time to time and guiding little Pomelo. Zheng Tan had never played chess before. Even if he was introduced to chess at the same time as little Pomelo, he was still a newbie, so he couldn't help much. He could only watch them play. When he was tired, he looked at the road signs beside the highway and calculated how long it would take to reach the destination. The cannon general has no chess pieces, little Pomelo said calmly. Zheng Tan's eyes moved from the road signs outside the car to the chess game on the seat. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. The game hadn't started for long, and the Zhao Yuan was already defeated by little Pomelo. Zhao Yuan was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The game hadn't started for long, and he was already defeated? He was even defeated by a cannon. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan felt very embarrassed. He scratched his ears and cheeks. Seeing this, Mother Zhao laughed and briefly explained the game to Father Zhao. Many veterans are easily defeated by a cannon when they play against a newbie. Your father was the same. I was invited by an elder in the village to play chess with him. He also gave me a rook, a horse, and a cannon each. It was my first time playing against such a veteran, so I was excited and nervous. But not long after, the elder was defeated by a cannon. I still feel happy when I think about it. Father Zhao talked about his experience in the past. He still remembered that the elder's face turned red when he was killed by the heavy artillery not long after the game started. Who asked that elder to underestimate the enemy? But I only won that one time. After that, I didn't win against him again. Every time I went back to play chess with him, I never won. But now, the old man doesn't allow me to play rook, horse, and cannon. He only allows me to play rook, horse, and cannon. That's my improvement. Zhao Yuan rearranged the chess pieces and started another game. This time, he won 5-1. Just like what Zhao Pa said, Zhao Yuan lost the first time because he underestimated his opponent. After that, Zhao Yuan became more cautious. Little Pomelo was still a newbie, so the result was predictable. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were tired of playing chess when they saw the road signs on the side of the highway. They put away their chess pieces and looked at the scenery outside. Less than 2 minutes later, the car stopped. There was an accident in front, and a long line of cars was stuck here. Seeing that they would not be able to leave anytime soon, some people who were carsick got out of their cars and ran to the side to vomit. Some people also got out of their cars and walked towards the accident site. They wanted to see the situation and ask how long it would take to clear the road. Zhao Pa also got out of his car and walked forward to ask about the situation. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo also had nothing to do in the car, so they walked around. Zheng Tan also got out of his car to get some fresh air. There was a BMW parked behind Zhao Pa's car. An old man got out of his car and stood by the side of the highway. He had his hands behind his back and was lost in thought as he looked at the endless fields. A man in his 30s got out of the BMW and quickly walked to the old man to persuade him. Then, he helplessly came back and bumped into Zhao Pa, who was walking over. He asked about the situation in front. The driver is fine. The truck overturned, and the fruits inside were scattered everywhere. The traffic police are trying to clear the road. It will take about 10 minutes. Zhao Pa told him what he heard. Zheng Tan listened to the conversation between the Zhao Pa and the man. He did not expect that the man in the BMW was also from Huanyang. The two of them spoke in a dialect, and Zheng Tan could understand some of it now. It's been more than 10 years. I guess many people don't remember me. A few years after I brought the old man over, he said to me, "Can you come back and visit when you're successful?" The old man always felt that his roots were here. No matter how big the city was, how spacious the house was, how good the quality of life was, he would always miss it and want to come back. Unfortunately, the old man's health was not very good. He had undergone surgery and did not recover, so I did not dare to bring him back. After a few years of recuperation, I finally had this opportunity. This highway was not built back then. It was so troublesome to go out. The bumpy road made me want to vomit. It was rare to leave the hometown, but when the old man came back, his accent did not change. Perhaps this was the best way to describe the BMW man's feelings at the moment. This man was also one of the people who seized the opportunity to make a fortune during the turbulent era. Moreover, it did not matter if these people were involved in culture or business outside. When they returned to their hometown, they had to make a good show of themselves. It would not make sense if they did not have a good show of themselves. Just look at this BMW and you will know. In Xiao Pa's hometown, especially in the old house, many people's impression of famous cars was probably only BMW, Samsung, and four circles. In many people's eyes, there was not much difference between driving a Maybach and driving a Santera. If you wanted to show that you were returning to your hometown, you had to be more direct and consider the residents of your hometown. Chapter 140. Not long after the traffic was cleared, the car entered the boundary of Shenyang. After getting off the highway, the Jiao Pa drove directly to the old house in the countryside instead of the road that led to the town. What made the Jiao family curious was that the BMW was following them. Although they knew that their destination was also Shenyang, Shenyang wasn't a small town, and the roads leading to different towns in Shenyang were different. However, up until now, they had been driving on the same route. Were they really from the same hometown? When the Jiao Pa talked with them on the highway, they talked a lot, but they didn't tell them where their real destination was or what their names were. The Jiao family was just curious. They didn't think that those people were plotting against them. After all, they didn't look like they were short of money. Just like the Jiao family, the people in the BMW behind them were also surprised. They didn't expect that they would be driving on the same route. Half an hour later, when they were about to reach the Jiao family's old house, the BMW made a turn and separated from the Jiao family's car. I guess they're from the neighboring village, the Jiao Pa said. As for whether the BMW behind them was from the neighboring village, they didn't have much interest in it. They were about to arrive at the old house. The Jiao Yuan hadn't been here for nearly 2 years. Before the family bought a car, the Jiao Pa had something to do and didn't bring the Jiao Yuan with him. Therefore, for the Jiao Yuan, this place was a distant memory. Hey, there's a department store over there, the Jiao Yuan pointed at a department store that they had just passed by. A department store of this scale was nothing in Chuhua City, but it was a big store here. It was convenient for many people. Yes, it was built at the end of last year. The Jiao Pa told the Jiao Yuan about the changes in the past 2 years. Little Pomelo was a little nervous. She wasn't familiar with the people here, and she had never been here before. The surrounding area was still farmland. When they were about to reach the entrance of the village where the old house was located, they saw an old man standing at the entrance. A big yellow dog was walking around the old man. Grandpa. Jiao Yuan waved at him through the open car window. Grandpa Jiao, who was standing at the intersection, was grinning from ear to ear. The Jiao Pa stopped the car and let Grandpa Jiao get in. After all, there was still some distance from here to the old house. They couldn't just drive away and leave Grandpa Jiao behind, right? Grandpa Jiao thought about it and got into the car. Before he got into the car, he said to the big yellow dog outside, "You follow him outside." The Grandpa Jiao's action of getting into the car made Big Yellow puzzled. Just as he was about to approach Grandpa Jiao, a black cat's head popped out of the car window and meowed. Woof 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 woof. Zheng Tan leaned against the car window and looked at the big yellow dog outside. He shook his ears and ignored its barks. Wow, black charcoal is so calm. I forgot to tell you about Lai Fu. I thought it would be better to do an experiment and see how black charcoal would react when he sees Lai Fu. I didn't expect this cat to not be afraid at all. Grandpa Jiao's big yellow dog was called Lai Fu. He had been raising it for almost a year. It was a common breed in this area. That's right. Our black charcoal always plays with the dogs in the compound. There's a Saint Bernard that's so big, much bigger than Lai Fu. When it sees black charcoal, it will retreat like the plague. Heh, that's a good idiom, old Master Jiao praised with a smile. Grandpa, you're so knowledgeable. Jiao Pa, who was driving, shook his head and let the grandfather and grandson continue to brag. Even if the big yellow dog didn't understand Grandpa Jiao's actions, when it saw the car start to move, it moved its attention away from Zhengtan and chased after the car. After entering the village, the road leading to the old house was a bumpy dirt road. There were children and old people in the car, so the Jiao Pa drove slowly. The big yellow dog didn't get tired of chasing after them, and often ran in front. Jiao Yuan looked at the big dog following outside the car from time to time and asked about it. In this village, there were many dogs with the same name in the village. In fact, many people raised dogs without naming them. They raised dogs to guard against thieves, to guard their houses, orchards, and weasels. As long as it was effective, they didn't care too much about the name. Moreover, there were many dogs and cats in the village that were raised freely. They were not as strictly guarded as in the city. Zhengtan saw a few of them running freely on the muddy road or in the fields, wagging their tails. There are so many names. Aren't you afraid of calling the wrong name? Jiao Yuan asked. Hey, it's different. It only recognizes the voice of our family. It won't listen to other people. Grandpa Jiao was quite proud of himself. He was very confident in his dog. Jiao Yuan hadn't been here for 2 years, and he found that the village had changed a lot. Many people had built small houses, and the tiled houses with pointed roofs and chimneys were much fewer. Everyone was making money these days. A large number of people who went south to work could always bring some changes to their homes when they came back during the spring festival. The houses in the village were not as expensive as those in the city. Relatively speaking, they didn't need much money. But in this village, to make a fortune, one's house had become a way to show off. Many old people didn't farm much. They stayed at home to help take care of the children and play mahjong when they had nothing to do. Their children who went out to work earned some money every month to support the family. Jiao Pa had wanted to renovate the ancestral house. Many people in the village had built small houses, and he was afraid that the old people would feel uncomfortable if he didn't build one himself. However, Grandpa Jiao rejected the idea. He didn't want to tear down the ancestral house and build a small 2-story or 3-story house like other families. Grandpa Jiao was very attached to this old house. Even though he had a house in town, he and his wife still lived in the ancestral house most of the time. Many people in the ancestral house knew Jiao Pa. Even the university professors were in awe of him. They directly ignored the word deputy. In the village, everyone's attitude towards intellectuals and officials was obviously different from other people's. When they arrived at the ancestral house, Jiao Wei came over to help move things. When Grandpa Jiao was cleaning the ancestral house, Jiao Wei came over to help. In Chuhua City, it was Jiao Pa who helped them. So, in the ancestral house, Jiao Wei tried his best to take care of them. After Zhengtan got out of the car, the big yellow dog started barking at him. After 2 barks, it changed its angle and continued barking. Many dogs were like this. The more you ran, the more they chased, and the more they chased, the more they ran. It was a vicious cycle. Usually, dogs that were tough on the outside or had some training and were smart enough would not bite randomly. Zhengtan didn't run. First, he felt that the big yellow dog wouldn't bite him for the time being. Second, Grandpa Jiao was there. He wouldn't let the dog bite him. Sure enough, after being scolded by Grandpa Jiao, the big yellow dog was not happy, but it still gave up on Zhengtan and ran to the kitchen with Grandpa Jiao. There were a lot of rooms in the ancestral house. After the old junk was cleared out, the empty rooms were for the 4 of them. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma shared a room, while Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo shared a room. They were all next to each other. Although little Pomelo's surname was not Jiao, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Jiao were very good to her. They put some small plants in the room to make it more lively. Little Pomelo had a big cat tree in her room. It was Grandpa Jiao's masterpiece. Since old Master Jiao did not know how to surf the internet, he asked someone to print out a picture from the internet and made a cat tree himself. It looked the same, and the material was of good quality. Zhengtan stepped on it and felt that it had a good feel to it. At night, who would sleep on a cat tree when there was a bed? The cat tree was only used during the day for naps and lunch breaks. Jiao Wei's grandmother raised rabbits. He caught 2 palm-sized rabbits for Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to play with. At first, Jiao Wei's grandmother was worried that Zheng Tan would do something bad to her rabbits. There were some health products and daily necessities brought from Chuhua City. They weren't cheap. The old woman who seemed to be asleep on the recliner slowly opened her eyes. Although her face was full of wrinkles and she looked older than old Master Jiao, her eyes were bright and full of vigor. The old lady's gaze stopped on the Jiao Pa for a few seconds, then moved to Zheng Tan, who was standing beside the Jiao Pa's leg. Zheng Tan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He subconsciously stepped back toward the Jiao Pa. "This isn't the cat from back then," the old lady suddenly said. Chapter 141. Of course. After all, more than 20 years have passed. I don't know if the previous one is still around, but this cat is only 2 or 3 years old, said the Jiao Pa unexpectedly. The old lady shook her head. This cat is male. The previous one was female. The Jiao Pa was speechless. How come I didn't know that the previous one was female? Granny, you didn't mention it back then either. Not noticing the Jiao Pa's expression, Zheng Tan was just confused by the words of the person lying on the recliner. What the F***ck? How did this old lady know the gender of the cat? Zheng Tan remembered that when he came over, he had been facing this direction the whole time. Also, from a human's perspective, shouldn't he have looked behind to confirm the gender of the cat? Also, Zheng Tan had never been like other cats who showed their chrysanthemum. Suddenly, Zheng Tan's thoughts raced. He didn't expect this old lady to be so wretched. Is it scolding me? The old lady lying on the recliner looked at Zheng Tan and asked the Jiao Pa. Zheng Tan was speechless. The Jiao Pa's face twitched, and he didn't know how to answer. The old lady didn't seem to want to wait for the Jiao Pa's answer. She changed the topic and asked, "Did you buy a car?" The Jiao Pa nodded. "Yes, I bought it a few months ago." "That's good." The old lady turned sideways and opened a cabinet next to the recliner. She took out a pendant from the drawer and handed it to the Jiao Pa. "This is for you." Zheng Tan glanced at the ordinary-looking pendant. The students around Chuhua University had many similar pendants on the street. They were only a few yuan worth of pendants, and the wholesale price was even cheaper. Although the old lady said, "For you," Zheng Tan thought that if the Jiao Pa hadn't brought a gift over, the old lady wouldn't have given him anything that was worth a few cents. After the Jiao Pa took the pendant and thanked the old lady smiled and showed her fake teeth. She pouted at Zheng Tan. "Take care of this cat. It's fate that we met, and it can bring us good fortune." Zheng Tan liked the last sentence. Yuan Zi said that cats could bring him good fortune. Thinking about it, Zheng Tan was a little proud. Although Father Jiao didn't really believe in those imaginary things, he had to admit that his cat had brought a lot of good luck to the family so far. "Granny, please continue to rest. I won't disturb you any longer." Father Jiao prepared to leave. He knew that the old man had always been a man of few words, and that he would rest after talking for a while, so he decided not to stay any longer. "Before you leave the village, bring the cat here again," said the old woman lying on the recliner. Although the Jiao Pa didn't know what the old lady wanted to do, he nodded in agreement. Zheng Tan looked at the old lady and the cat, then turned and left with the Jiao Pa. After the Jiao Pa and Zheng Tan left, the old lady, who was lying on the chair with her eyes closed, sat up and stroked the cat on her lap. She continued to look for fleas for the cat. "Oh, another big one. Next time, find a rat with fewer fleas to eat." The three-legged tortoise shook its ears. It wasn't sure if it understood the old lady. On the other side, Zheng Tan followed the Jiao Pa out of the old lady's yard and walked on a different path. Seeing that the village was getting further and further away, Zheng Tan was very curious about what the Jiao Pa wanted to do. He could tell that the Jiao Pa was hiding something. There was a mountain near the village. It wasn't very big. After all, the area wasn't considered barren. Now that the mountain was being developed, it wasn't as wild as it was a few decades ago. Zheng Tan followed the Jiaopa to an orchard. The Jiaopa stood there and looked around. He sat down beside a tree and lit a cigarette. After smoking half of the cigarette, the Jiaopa said to Zheng Tan, who was squatting beside him in a daze, "Black charcoal, let me tell you a secret." After saying this, the Jiaopa paused and smiled. "Actually, it's not really a secret. I told some people before, but they didn't believe me." This was what he was waiting for. Zheng Tan snapped out of his daze and pricked up his ears to listen to what the Jiaopa was going to say next. "In the past, when I was still a child, I was even younger than little Pomelo. At that time, I was naughty. There was a rumor among the children that there was a treasure in the mountain. I went up the mountain with a few other children to search for it. However, we didn't find anything for a few days. Some of them gave up, but I didn't. So, one day, when my parents weren't looking, I went up the mountain alone. I didn't find anything for half a day. I was tired and hungry. After eating some bread, I lay down on the grass and slept. I didn't have much awareness of the danger. Now that I think about it, I was really courting death. When I woke up, the sky was getting dark. It was past dinner time. I was anxious and wanted to go home. However, I accidentally slipped down a steep slope and sprained my ankle. Misfortune never comes alone. After dragging my injured leg for a few steps, I fell into a hole. The hole was very deep. At least, it was difficult for me to climb out. Perhaps someone had buried something and dug it out, leaving the hole unfilled. At that time, I didn't have much strength, so I couldn't climb out. I shouted for a long time, but no one came to help. I dug the stones and mud on the wall to have a support point. When my fingers were bleeding, I heard a cat's meow from above the hole. Not long after, I saw a cat's head. It looked at me and left. Not long after, a thick straw rope was thrown down from above. I grabbed the straw rope and tried to climb up. At the same time, I felt someone pulling the rope. It wasn't very strong, but it helped me. When I climbed out of the hole, I found that it was a cat that was pulling the rope. The other end of the rope was stuck in a crack on a big stone near the hole. It was a very smart cat. After I climbed out, it ran away. Not long after, the old lady appeared. She told me that she found a black cat stealing the straw rope she used to tie the firewood. So, she followed it. During that special period, the old lady was ostracized by the villagers. No one was willing to interact with her. Jiaopa remembered that he and the other children in the village threw stones and mud at the old lady's small yard. Later, the old lady had no choice but to go up the mountain temporarily. She set up a small shed and lived there alone until the difficult period passed. Even now, Jiaopa still remembered the time he stayed in the hole. The hunger, fear, and the chill brought by the mountain wind. Later, the old lady found a cat's tooth on the straw rope. The cat broke it when it was biting and pulling. Jiaopa flicked the butt of his cigarette and looked into the distance. He continued to recall. The thick straw rope woven by the villagers was very strong. If it was bitten, it wouldn't break the tooth. However, if it was bitten and pulled with all its strength, then it would be hard to say. The cat's tooth might have broken when it pulled the straw rope from the pile of firewood, or it might have broken when it was being pulled. Either way, Jiaopa was very grateful to it. However, after that, Jiaopa never saw the black cat again. The old lady melted the rosin and put the cat's tooth in it. She made it into an artificial amber and gave it to me. I still have it. I'll show it to you when we get back, Jiaopa said to Zheng Tan. Nearly 30 years had passed. Jiaopa knew that the cat in his memory was probably long gone. However, when he saw the black cat that his wife picked up for the first time, he suddenly remembered the cat from years ago. The black cat that walked through the night had a fearless look in its eyes even though it had to stand on the ground and look up at people. It even had a condescending and disdainful aura, just like a small leopard. Because of this, Jiao Pa, who had never agreed to keep a pet since they lived in the big city, finally relented after Jiao Ma brought Zhengtan home. At that time, the panic of the epidemic had just passed, and there were still 2 children at home. Jiao Ma really didn't expect Jiao Pa to agree. The rest of the Jiao family didn't know the reason behind it either. When the old lady brought me to the village, she told me not to tell anyone. Some things are better left unsaid. Even if I told them, they might not believe me. It might even cause trouble. Jiao Pa didn't quite understand at the time. When he grew up and understood things, he realized that in that era, it was easy to link anything to demons and ghosts. If he didn't do it well, it might cause trouble. Later, the special period passed, and people's minds became more open. Regardless of whether some phenomena could be explained by science, their actions were not too extreme. Even so, Jiao Pa still didn't tell anyone about what happened back then. He used to tell people stories, but unfortunately, they didn't believe him. The cat's tooth amber constantly reminded Jiao Pa that what happened back then wasn't a dream. Jiao Pa also took Zhengtan to see where the pothole was. Every time he came back to the old house, Jiao Pa would come to take a look, even though the place had changed a lot. The pothole had been filled in, and the wilderness had been turned into an orchard and vegetable field. After returning to the old house from the mountain, Jiao Pa went to help with the New Year's goods. Zhengtan didn't catch rabbits with the 2 children because he had nothing to do. He secretly went to the old lady's house to listen to her story. Recently, many people who went out to work in the village had returned. Some people came to visit every day. The young people were more open-minded. They knew that this kind of thing wasn't as good as before. In the big city, some people were much more arrogant and bold. They could make a lot of money by talking nonsense. In comparison, this old lady was really low-key. She wasn't famous in Shenyang. She only had a little influence in the local village. It was said that she was almost 90 years old. She wasn't from this village in the early years. Now, the villagers were in awe and fear of her. Now, before people in the village went out to work, they would come to find her and ask for safety. Of course, there were also many people who didn't believe in this kind of thing. Science was popular now. Moreover, this kind of thing was divided into orthodoxy and non-orthodoxy. The non-orthodoxy was feudal superstition and was illegal. But people's psychology was always like that. They had to ask for, just in case, to be at ease. Therefore, although people said that they didn't believe in this kind of thing on the surface and didn't interact with the old lady, there were many people who gave her money and gifts in private. After a long time, everyone came to a tacit understanding. Just like some people said, there were some things that existed if you believed in it, and there weren't any if you didn't. Although Zhengtan didn't know much about this old lady, he could understand some things based on what he had seen and heard. Regardless of whether the old lady was a scammer or not, he hadn't heard of any bad things happening. On the contrary, more and more people secretly praised her, which proved that she did have some ability. Besides, she had saved Jiao Pa. Just because of this, Zhengtan had a better impression of the old lady. Whether she was a scammer or not was secondary to Zhengtan. Moreover, it was because of what had happened back then, or perhaps because she had given Father Jiao a few words of advice, that Father Jiao was able to accept her as a different cat so quickly. Chapter 142. 2 days after Zhengtan came to the Jiao family's old house, he finally knew what Jiao Yuan meant by New Year's flavor. According to Jiao Yuan's definition, New Year's flavor was the flavor of firecrackers. Bang! After the sound, the children cheered. Zhengtan was lying on the roof of the old house, looking at the vegetable field in front of the old house. Jiao Yuan was taking little Pomelo to see the children in the village setting off firecrackers in the open space. In the city, firecrackers were strictly controlled and were not allowed to be set off randomly. However, after they came here, there were no restrictions. They could set them off however they wanted. Firecrackers were sold in the town and village markets, and they were cheap enough. Some of the older boys could even make firecrackers by themselves. The children became familiar with firecrackers after playing for a while. Other than catching rabbits, little Pomelo was brought by Jiao Yuan to play with firecrackers. Most of the time, little Pomelo just stood aside and watched. For her, firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Watching firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Including Zhengtan, their only experience was watching firecrackers in the square. When Zhengtan was still a human, he had asked someone to buy a lot of firecrackers for him to flirt with girls. However, he had never played with firecrackers and firecrackers like these children. This was a kind of folk entertainment that had been passed down for thousands of years. Unfortunately, it was highly dangerous, polluted, and strictly controlled in the big cities. Many children living in the big cities rarely played with firecrackers and firecrackers. Even if they played with firecrackers and firecrackers, they would only play with what the children in the village called little things. The villagers did not care much about the children. These children had been playing with firecrackers since they were young. They were very good at it and had a lot of tricks. Jiao Yuan obviously played with them every time he came here for the new year. Although he was in junior high school, he was still a teenager. He was very playful. The parents were relieved when the children around the same age as Jiao Yuan played with the younger ones. Try this. A 7 or 8-year-old child took out a shabby aluminum pot from an unknown corner, turned it upside down on the ground, and then put a firecracker in it. He squatted down and lifted the aluminum pot. The child used the burning incense to light the fuse. After lighting it, he got up and ran away. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, who were standing in the distance, covered their ears. Zhengtan, who was lying on the roof and looking over, also raised his paws to cover his ears. The sound of the firecrackers was too loud, and his hearing was good now. The impact of the sound was really great. Bang! The small aluminum pot was lifted up about 10 to 20 meters high. Unfortunately, those children weren't too satisfied, saying that it wasn't very powerful. Zhengtan looked at the aluminum pot that had fallen from the sky. It was deformed from the explosion. This bunch of brats was really bold. There aren't many big ones left. Let's play with the small ones. Don't use too much. Otherwise, we won't be able to play today, said a kid who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan. He was holding a box with firecrackers and the like in it. The other kids also had boxes of different sizes in their hands, but the firecrackers in them weren't as big as his. The small ones aren't fun, muttered an 8-year-old child. Why aren't they fun? Watch me. A child looked around the vegetable garden and asked for the burning incense. Then, he took the box of firecrackers and walked to a vegetable garden not far away. Because it was still a bit far from the fields allocated to each family, some of the empty land around the house had been opened up. Some people had fenced it to build a vegetable garden. In the vegetable garden that the child ran to, the cabbages were growing just right. The weather was good recently, and the temperature was quite high. Moreover, the winter here wasn't as cold as the winter in the north, which was dozens of degrees below zero. Even in the warm winter, it wouldn't snow. Finding the best growing cabbage, the child broke the cabbage leaves, put a small firecracker in it, lit it with the incense, and ran away. Since it was a small firecracker, the children didn't run too far. They didn't even cover their ears. Zhengtan only heard a bang, and then saw the cabbage that was growing well was broken into pieces. Sure enough, it was a naughty child. If the owner saw this, he would probably be so angry that his chest would hurt. Knowing that they couldn't do too much, the older children called the child who wanted to continue to fry the cabbages over, and didn't let him destroy the cabbages. If it wasn't their own cabbages being fried, they didn't feel bad. It even felt good to see it. But if their own cabbages were fried, these children would probably beat them with a stick. What else can I fry other than cabbages? Still fry fish? No, we were scolded when we fried fish yesterday. You can only fry fish in ponds and rivers that don't have fish. You can't go to fish ponds. What's so fun about fried fish? A few children were fiercely discussing over there. Zheng Tan found it funny. These children had fried a few fish in the fish pond yesterday. When the owner saw the big fish with white bellies in the fish pond, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Every year, they would make such a scene. These naughty children didn't learn from their mistakes. After being beaten, they continued to fry fish. Therefore, when the naughty children met firecrackers, it was terrible. Zheng Tan was thinking about it when they came up with another idea. The target was a water tank placed in the corner of a vegetable garden. The village had running water now, but most people still liked to use well water. Every family had this kind of clay water tank to store water. The water tank placed in the corner of the vegetable garden should have been there for a long time. The water inside was very turbid, and it even emitted a foul smell. It was probably placed there by the owner to water the plants. Hey, I suddenly thought of a story from a language book. A child said. I know. I know. A little kid raised his arm and wiped his snot with his sleeve. It's called Sima Guang Fried Fish Tank. Zheng Tan, Jiao Yuan, Little Pomelo, good awareness. The level had increased, and it was even more ruthless than Sima Guang. After frying the cabbages and the water tank, these naughty children really knew how to cause trouble. A child took out a small firecracker that was as thick as an adult's thumb. It was wrapped in a layer of plastic and the end was pointed. According to these children, it was called a torpedo. It was waterproof and came in different sizes. The power of the explosion was different. They used this kind of firecracker to fry fish. After lighting the torpedo with incense, the child threw it into the water tank. If it was thrown too early, it would be extinguished easily. If it was thrown too late, it would cause more accidents. As players with rich experience, they were familiar with this technique. The others stood further away. Although the firecracker was small, the water in the tank was too smelly, and these children did not want to be splashed with the smelly water. It was unknown whether it was because the water tank was too old, or the power of the torpedo was too strong. In short, Zheng Tan saw a hole in the water tank. The black smelly water inside flowed out from the hole in the water tank, and the stench spread in all directions. The child who lit the firecracker did not have time to run too far. His body was splashed with water, and when he smelled the stench, he quickly went back to clean himself. It was almost lunchtime, and the firecrackers on hand were almost all set off. The naughty children went back to their homes. After lunch, they took out some more things to play with. Jiao Yuan used snacks to exchange for some firecrackers and other firecrackers with the children. He had no choice. Even if he had pocket money, he could not buy firecrackers and firecrackers in such a short time. There were no snack bars or shops nearby. Even if there were not many types of firecrackers and firecrackers. This was an inconvenient place. When exchanging firecrackers and firecrackers with the children, Jiao Yuan deliberately picked some with longer fuses. When they went back, he would give them to little Pomelo to play with. He was not at ease if the fuses were too short. Jiao Yuan knew himself well. Although he was older than those snotty brats, in terms of experience, he couldn't compare to those snotty brats. When he returned to the old house, Jiao Ma was cooking lunch in the kitchen. The kitchen had an old-fashioned stove, the kind that used firewood. The pot was also a big iron pot. Grandpa Jiao liked to use this kind of pot. The coal stove was now used to cook braised food, fried meatballs, lotus root sandwiches, and other things. It was not used on normal days, and it was only used during the new year. Jiao Yuan took out an incense stick and lit it in the stove. Why did you light this? Jiao Ma frowned. To set off firecrackers. Jiao Yuan answered. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Also, don't scare black charcoal. Jiao Ma was worried. It's okay. Black charcoal is not scared at all. It watched us play this morning. It even knows how to cover its ears. Jiao Yuan grinned. After lighting the incense, he and little Pomelo went to the backyard of the old house to play. The good thing about living in the countryside was that it was big and had few restrictions. There was a tall pile of firewood in the backyard. Some cedar trees were planted here and there. Grandpa Jiao had already cleaned the weeds and leaves on the ground. There was also a water tank here, but Jiao Yuan did not dare to blow up his own water tank. Grandpa Jiao had bought some fish and put them in this water tank for the new year. Yesterday, he marinated the fish, washed the water tank, and put some water in it. He did not touch it for now. The old lady sat at the back door of the kitchen, frying lotus root sandwiches. She looked at the two children in the backyard from time to time. Although the children in the village often played with firecrackers, her grandson was different from the rascals in the village. He had little contact with firecrackers, and the old lady was worried. Jing Tan jumped onto the pile of firewood and looked down. Jiao Yuan poked a small hole in the ground with a metal stick and stuck the small firecracker in it. He let it stand upright so that it was easier to light it. After it was lit, the firecracker made a pop sound. These were all small firecrackers. Jiao Yuan did not dare to play with big ones in his own yard. First, it was dangerous and would scare the old lady. He was just doing it for fun. In the backyard, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were much more relaxed. They each held an incense stick and played with the firecrackers. After playing for a while, little Pomelo looked at Jing Tan, who was climbing on the pile of firewood, and said, "Black charcoal, do you want to play?" Jing Tan moved the tip of his tail. It seemed that his claws were a little itchy. "Here, Black charcoal, you play too." Jiao Yuan stood on tiptoe and handed the incense stick in his hand to Jing Tan. Jing Tan looked at the incense stick, turned his head, and jumped down from the pile of firewood. Little Pomelo took out a tissue, wrapped one end of the incense stick, and handed it to Jing Tan. Little Pomelo was so considerate. Jing Tan bit the incense stick wrapped in the tissue, and walked towards the firecrackers that were already placed. Jiao Yuan's mouth twitched. His cat's obsession with cleanliness was really awkward. When he lit the firecracker, Jing Tan was a little nervous. Although it was a small firecracker that was not very powerful, he had too little experience with firecrackers, so he was a little excited. When the firecracker emitted sparks, Jing Tan turned around and ran. Pop! It was a success. The old lady, who was sitting in the house, scooped up the fried lotus root with a colander. While she was dripping oil, she took the time to look at the situation in the backyard. She happened to see her son's precious black cat holding an incense stick to light firecrackers. Her hands suddenly trembled, and a few pieces of lotus root fell out of the colander. Chapter 143. As for the two children setting off firecrackers with the cat, the old lady felt that it was fortunate that it was in her own yard and only her family members knew about it. If it was seen by others and met with gossips, it would probably cause some trouble. In the village, it was fine if these animals were smart, but if they were too smart, it might not be a good thing. After the old lady mentioned it to the Jiao Pa called the two children and Jing Tan over and gave them some instructions. The firecrackers were released for fun. Jing Tan did not need to play with them all the time, so it was fine if he restrained himself. "Hey, Dad, did the dog eat something bad?" The Jiao Pa pointed at the pile of poop under the grapevines in the corner of the yard. "Something bad?" Grandpa Jiao walked over to take a look. It's true. Compared to the usual dog poop, the pile of poop under the grapevines was much thinner. However, the Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao looked at the big yellow dog, who was squatting beside the coal stove, full of energy, waiting to pick up the leftovers. It did not look like the dog was suffering from diarrhea at all. "It's fine. It looks like it's been eating too much food. The dog has been eating a lot for the past few days. Just don't feed it too much food." Old Master Jiao was no longer worried when he saw that. There were not many rules in the village when it came to raising dogs. Cats and dogs often ate with people, and the villagers did not have the energy to care if the food was harmful to the cats and dogs. In fact, most of the cats and dogs here did not live to a normal age. There were many people who tricked the cats and beat the dogs, or some people who sold the dogs for some reason. However, cats were not worth much, and people did not care if they did not want to raise them. In short, the lives of cats and dogs were cheap. No one would spend time on them. If people could not take care of them, how could they take care of them? In comparison, Grandpa Jiao was good enough. Should we tie it to the side? It's not good to keep squatting there, the Jiao Pa said. If the dog was squatting there, there would definitely be spills for it to pick up. She still had to fry meatballs later. The old lady's hand shook again, and the dog became happy again. If you keep it at home, it can hum and sing for a long time. Let it out to play. You don't have to look for it. It will come back when it's time to eat. Many dogs in the village are like that. Aren't you afraid that the dog beaters will take it away? Who would come to beat the dog in broad daylight? Besides, Lai Fu won't go far. It's just taking a walk in the village. There are people watching. The person who beat the dog won't come at this time. Just tie the dog up at home at night. Don't worry about it during the day. Grandpa Jiao was very confident in his dog. As he spoke, Grandpa Jiao walked over and pushed the dog out of the door. Go play by yourself. Come back when it's time for dinner. The big yellow dog was unwilling to give up and wanted to squeeze through the door, but Grandpa Jiao blocked the door. After a few tries, the big yellow dog realized that it couldn't squeeze in. It barked twice, turned around, and walked away. It won't throw a tantrum, right? The Jiao Pa asked worriedly as he watched the big yellow dog leave. How dare it? Throw a tantrum, my *SS. You'll know when it's time for dinner. Grandpa Jiao waved his hand. It's not like those spoiled cats and dogs in the city. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that some cats and dogs in the city are very petty and vengeful. Is that right? How's your black charcoal's temper? It's okay, the Jiao Pa squeezed out these 3 words. He thought for a while and said, anyway, it's pretty good to the family. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo washed their hands and helped the Jiao Ma make dumplings. They used to make dumplings at home before, so the dumplings didn't look distorted. At least they still looked like dumplings instead of misshapen dough. Jing Tan was bored, so he jumped over the wall and followed the big yellow dog. He knew that he wouldn't get lost if he followed the big yellow dog. Don't you care about the cat? Grandpa Jiao raised his chin and pointed at the wall. It's okay. It's smart. The Jiao Pa wasn't worried. After Jing Tan jumped down from the wall, he followed the big yellow dog in front of him. He kept a distance and kept an eye on the surroundings. There were many dogs in the village, and not every dog was friendly to a cat. The big yellow dog, who came out of the Jiao family, was familiar with the place. It walked around the village and asked for food by smelling. It knew which family would give it food and which family wouldn't. Animals were sometimes much smarter than people thought, but most of the time, their intelligence was ignored by people. A cat lying on a wooden bucket and sunbathing with its paws opened its eyes a little when it saw the big yellow dog. It didn't run away, and when the big yellow dog walked far away, it closed its eyes again and continued to sunbathe. Looking at Big Yellow collecting food while walking, Jing Tan really admired this guy's ability. Not only was he thick-skinned, but he was also a little smart. These 2 traits would make him the type that wouldn't starve even if he was a human. While thinking, Jing Tan suddenly heard a dog barking in front of him. Woof! 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 There was a warning growl in the dog's barking. This barking was different from when the big yellow dog saw the Jiao Pa and the others. It was obviously vigilant and aggressive. This kind of barking only appeared when it was facing certain dangerous people. Sure enough, when Jing Tan raised his head, he saw the big yellow dog baring its teeth at a person not far away. Not far away, the man's appearance was passable, not to the extent of being unsightly. However, the toothpick man snatched it away when she was in the hall. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and stared at the annoying stranger in front of her. She hesitated whether she should throw the chopsticks in her hand at him. Grandpa Jiao was also angry when he saw this. He grabbed the shoulder pole and chased the man out. The man shouted as he walked out, "I heard that Brother Ming Sheng and the other professor's projects are worth at least 1,000,000 yuan, so I came to see how rich they are." "What are you doing?" "Don't talk nonsense. Most of that money is from the country. It's used for research. If you talk nonsense again, I'll send you to the police station." Grandpa Jiao swung the shoulder pole at the toothpick man. The villagers valued seniority very much. For the toothpick man, he didn't care about his peers or juniors, but he didn't dare to hit the older generation. Previously, he hit an older person and was ganged up on by the villagers. He was almost sent to the police station. Although the toothpick man was chased away by his grandpa, Zheng Tan's anger didn't subside. He was thinking about when he should go and deal with that guy. However, tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Zheng Tan thought about it and decided not to cause any trouble. He would go and find that toothpick man in a few days. The villagers ate dinner early, and there weren't many entertainment activities. Everyone was used to sleeping early. Since New Year's Eve was coming, everyone was busy, so they slept later. Grandpa Jiao heard that a family sow had given birth to piglets, so he wanted to go and take a look. Jiao Yuan wanted to go, so Grandpa Jiao brought him along. Little Pomelo stayed in the room and watched TV with Jiao Ma. She didn't go to see what was going on. Zheng Tan was curious, so he followed them. Grandpa Jiao took a shortcut behind the house. Zheng Tan followed him for a while and suddenly stopped. He moved his ears and tilted his head. He followed the direction of the sound and saw the toothpick man who snatched little Pomelo's fish. He was standing there with a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. He was talking on the phone, showing off a box of torpedoes he stole from the market today. He tested 2 of them and found that they were quite powerful. He was going to sell them to the children in the village at a higher price tomorrow. "Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to take a dump." The toothpick man turned off his phone and took a deep puff of the cigarette between his fingers. He threw the cigarette but far away and walked into the outhouse while humming a tune. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes and wagged his tail a few times before heading in that direction. Compared to watching a sow give birth to piglets, Zheng Tan was more willing to take this opportunity to teach the toothpick man a lesson. Zheng Tan ran into the toothpick man's house. According to what the toothpick man said on the phone, he found a box of torpedoes in his room. It was a medium-sized type. Zheng Tan carefully opened the box and took out 2 of them. He closed the box and ran back to the toothpick man's outhouse. It was already dark, and no one saw a cat walking upright. The toothpick man's family was in another room with a TV, so no one noticed that a cat had entered their house. The village's outhouses were all built with brick walls. They were built near the back door or in the backyard, and there was a large pit for the urinal. Part of the urinal was outside the outhouse wall, so the villagers could scoop the manure to fertilize the vegetable fields. At the same time, it was convenient for Zheng Tan to take revenge. The cigarette butt that the toothpick man threw outside flashed in the night wind. Zheng Tan picked it up and quietly approached the outhouse. Zheng Tan recalled the appearance of those naughty kids when they set off the torpedoes. He lit the fuse and threw it into the outhouse where the toothpick man was squatting. He turned around and quickly left. He still remembered the stinky water splashed on the kid who blew up the water tank. He would be worried if he didn't run away. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.